share my power. Look into the hypnotic eye.
You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema. Insomnia.
We are the survivors of a disintegrated solar system.
Tell this to everybody wherever they are. Watch the sky. Everywhere. Keep looking. Keep watching the sky.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet.
Please assume the position to repeat after Mr. Lobo.
You see? Your stupid mind. Stupid. You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema. Insomnia.
You're not dreaming. You're watching Mr. Lobo's Cinema Insomnia Fans Group Watch Party Screaming Terror Double Feature. I'm your haunted housemate, Mr. Lobo. And this is my lovely co-host, Miss Mittens, who's back again after being away last week at her yearly empathy test. How did the empathy test go, Miss Mittens? Whoa, the mouth. Didn't take, obviously. I like your new look, Miss Mittens. You've got, Miss Mittens started wearing these masks, and I was kind of like making fun of her at first, but honestly, I think that's a smart look for her. So what's with the glasses? I see. Okay, well, last week we showed Atomic Brain and the brain that wouldn't die in Blood-O-Vision. And Miss Mittens here is telling me that we didn't talk at all about Plant-O-Vision. Well, the reason we didn't talk about Plant-O-Vision is that Plant-O-Vision is stupid, basically. It's like a weird one-off joke. I think we did the double green lenses in another episode, right, Aaron?
Yeah, and Bloodsuckers Atomic Swamp, we also did Swamp-O-Vision, but it was the same gag.
Right. But, I mean, whatever. What do you think? Do you think we should do more Plant-O-Vision episodes out there in TV land? You can tell us in the chat.
Maybe we could do an Aquavision? Blue lenses?
Aquavision, interesting. Yeah, everyone loves Miss Mittens, and they're right now they're probably saying, "Oh, we want Plant-O-Vision just to placate her." But honestly, she doesn't give a damn about you. She doesn't care about you. She's not happy to see you. You don't have to placate her. Mr. Lobo, on the other hand, is very, very happy to see you. You have been here every week. Miss Mittens hasn't even been here every week. You've been here week after week. We do these for 6 hours, Aaron?
6.5.
This is just unbelievable. Anyway, whether you're watching on your phone or on your computator or perhaps on your television set or your toaster, Aaron, you got a friend who's got a refrigerator?
Yeah, above the ice maker on their refrigerator, there's a TV screen, and they can play TV in their kitchen.
What a world! What a world that we live in. That you can just watch the show anywhere. And some of you are time shifting. You're not live in the chat. Maybe you're watching on Roku channel OSI 74. Hello, people of the future. Wherever, however you're watching, thank you for watching. Last week we tried to reward one lucky person, because that's about all we can afford to reward. One lucky person in the chat with a DVD, Paul Zicker?
Zickler, I think?
Zickler. Sorry, Paul, if I butchered your last name. But you got a free DVD, so you've got nothing to complain about.
He came out ahead.
Anyhow, he won last week. Mr. Lobo is like Santa Claus, or Santy Claus, in a lot of ways. I'm a saint, and I'll be watching tonight in the chat to see who's naughty and who's nice and who's funny. Mr. Lobo has maybe sometimes a hard to define sense of humor. But you know, if you want to increase your chances, I don't know, Aaron. Do you have any advice as how they could maybe increase their chances tonight?
When you're making one-liners in the chat, try to avoid current events. Any illnesses that are based off of beer, bad ideas.
Are you calling out Mr. Lobo? I'm just tired of toilet paper jokes.
We all are.
Okay, all right. Anyway, some one lucky person in the chat is going to get our star prize this week, which is this DVD of The Screaming Skull, which is not the alpha video version, which is available now, right? Their warehouses are open again.
They're back shipping stuff. There's just a little bit of a delay.
But this is our backlog of DVDs. We have the older versions here still.
Yeah, it's the same master, so the content's the same. You just don't get the cool artwork.
Yeah, you don't get the cool alpha artwork. But again, whoever wins it tonight, it's free, so you can't complain. And Mr. Lobo will pay shipping. See? All right. So that's it. While we're talking about discs and giving things away, we've been giving out rewards on our Patreon for people who are pledging different amounts. We had a lot of the hypnoscopes that we use for the oath on the show, which we call spinners. That's our own lingo for them. All 3 spinners are now off the board. Nobody can get them now. Scott has all of them now.
Spin Master Scott.
Spin Master Scott has got all of Mr. Lobo's spinners. And we had Lady Skankenstein's cue card, which went. That was probably one of the first things that went.
Yeah, that went almost right away when we put it up.
And then because they hoped it would smell like her. That's what's happening in my head canon with that. And then we had the big one here, which is the chair, which Melissa will be getting after this month.
Yeah.
I don't know what Mr. Lobo's going to be sitting on after.
Beanbag chair.
A couple of crates. Maybe I can get up on Miss Mitten's
furniture.
We can share this perch. Mr. Lobo just
she'll sit in your lap.
Yeah, I'll just sit there, and yeah, that'll be perfect. No, we have a couple other chairs. We have another yellow one, which I'm not sure what episodes we used that other yellow one in. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to go back and check and compare the curved versus square.
And then we'll have to. We had to painstakingly observe the details of the different chairs.
Make sure we were going to send the right chair out.
And then the other chair is my KXTV chair, which is brown, which is the very first chair. And Bob actually sat in that chair for live shows. So I'm not ready to get up off of that one yet for a Patreon reward.
Yeah, that might border a little too much on priceless.
Yeah, but we do have some, and some things that I thought we would be able to talk about this week are already gone.
Yeah.
The Dark Side of the Sun action figure card back that Tom Working had created for the show. That one we sold, not sold, but we gave away as a reward for George Sakura. Right. And there is just very recently, I think it was last weekend, we had it go poof, another prop, which were these,
which we planned on plugging this weekend.
Yeah, we plan on plugging it this week, and that went out the window. But it does relate to last week's show. We had the props for we had the movie that this very prop was used in. After the watch party, we had a dozen people left.
Yeah, it just wouldn't leave.
And Andrew Simmons was like, well, I'm just going to go watch another episode of Cinema Insomnia on my own.
You were in luck.
And I'm like, hold on, don't go anywhere. And we put on Creature for the people who, the stragglers who were there last weekend. So we actually ran 3 movies last weekend. And I just went to bed. And they were still in there at 5, 6 in the morning.
West Coast peeps.
Those
could
could
be 3 a.m. there.
They could be West Coast people. And so anyhow, in the movie Creature, it's a sci-fi movie. They're in outer space, and they have a lot of concerns about their air supply. And so we made this very clever visual pun with the band Air Supply, and had these albums in the episode. And now they're going to go. I think it was just this one that we were going to give, but they're going to get both.
Yeah.
From the episode.
Yeah, I think we only
because this
advertised
doesn't
one.
have the record in it, and this one does. So we found this when looking for this. So Scott, you're going to be getting these both from the prop annals of Mr. Lobo.
And for us, our air supply has run out.
Yeah, we're SOL. We're straight out of rewards. For prop wise, we have a lot of cool rewards, but we don't quite haven't put anything up there yet.
Yeah.
So we might need your help in telling us some things from the show that if we still have, what might be an interesting reward for you, or a thing that we can do.
Yeah.
If we could come to your house and host a show from your house. I know Melissa's going to have the chair.
Yeah.
She said we're welcome to come visit her anytime. So maybe we'll do a show in
There's
her
a
house.
movie they've always wanted us to do that's public domain.
I have some other records here too. Yeah, if there's a movie that you've always wanted us to do, you could come on as a producer and we could mention your name.
Yeah. Figure out what that's worth to us.
Yeah, we'll have to figure. But again, we got some work to do to come up with some new tiers because you guys have snatched up all of our Patreon rewards. I don't know if I'm quite ready to get up off of this, but maybe for the right price. This is that was my imitation of a Triffid, by the way. This is from the Day of the Triffids episode. The actor Howard Keel is the hero in that, and we thought it would be funny to show one of the records from his musical career. And instead of thwarting the Triffids with an ice cream truck, we would just play the Howard Keel music at the Triffids. And this joke was originally, or this cover was originally supposed to be in our KTEH live episode, which was a pledge drive. It was a 4-hour pledge drive in which somewhere in the middle of answering phones, we did a whole episode live on their stage, in their studio. And I forgot this when I showed up at the studio. So even though I'm playing the record and we make the joke and you hear the Howard Keel music, you don't get the punch of this album, seeing the actual Howard Keel album in that version. And it was very hard to adapt that episode or edit that episode down, the 4-hour pledge drive, pajama rama, into a workable episode for syndication and DVD and all that. So we always wanted to rewrap it. So for the 16th season, we tried to make that episode again. And we could not, for the life of us, find this album, which I got at Records.
I used to work at Records at the same time.
I probably bought this from you. You probably showed me what department of the store, what part of the store to look for this thing.
Yeah. And then later I worked at Dimple Records, and you would come in there all the time. So
we were in a lot of similar orbits in Sacramento before we finally worked together. And I think
SuperCon 08, I was there with Joel and Trace and Frank and Josh Weinstein with MST. And you were there with John Stanley. Was Bob there?
Bob was not there. No. I think, was this 2009?
2008.
Oh, 2008. Yeah, no, Bob probably might have been there.
Yeah.
But it was the Creature Features group,
Yeah.
regardless.
Yeah.
So we would have been Tom Wersch and me
Yeah.
and another horror host perhaps, and John Stanley, and we were all there doing the Creature Feature panel.
Sarah was there. The Queen
of Trash was there.
She was lurking around our booth a lot, but never came over and said anything to the MST guys.
So it's really weird. And then Aaron's in the background in Horror Party Beach somewhere.
Yeah, the party at Larry's that he's filming the episode at, I was at the party, which we didn't realize till we were remastering it, and just spot me walk by in the background in the shot.
So it's interesting. Like, again, we were in a lot of similar orbits before we actually worked together. But this album didn't make it into that episode either. We actually had to print it out from an image of this record that I got online, and we couldn't make it too large. So we had a 45 record that we were going to play on the 16th anniversary episode. But after we recorded that material, the hard drive crashed. And so we had to completely, after we we raised money to fix the hard drives, and then the hard drives were not fixable.
Yeah.
And we had to buy all new hard drives, and we actually asked the people on Patreon, what do you want us to do with this money?
Yeah.
And resoundingly, the answer was use that toward making more episodes. So we remade all of the episodes that were lost off the hard drive. So when we reshot the Day of the Triffids, now this is the third time out for Day of the Triffids, we got the Howard Keel record and we were ready to film, and we lost it again briefly. But luckily we got it back and it's in the episode, and now I feel like that episode's finally complete.
Yeah.
And so this means a lot to me. If we were to turn this into a Patreon perk, it would have to go for like $8,000. So I'm not sure if I'm ready to get up off of this quite yet.
It's been quite a journey with that record.
Yeah. Speaking of records, we got another one here. This one is the Horrible Noises of Mr. Lobo's Very Bad Manner, which is a real album, but I only have it as a CD. We actually had a punk promoter that wanted to put this on vinyl, and then like his wife had a baby or something, and too risky of an investment to put Mr. Lobo on vinyl.
But we could now do an on-demand record as a Patreon reward tier.
Yeah,
it's
so
just a little pricey.
It is a little pricey to do a one-off of a record, but
Yeah.
we could create one of these for you on demand and sign it.
Yeah, or the Hypnosis for Hipsters.
Hypnosis for Hipsters, which is my other CD.
Yeah. And we do have the CDs still available as they are.
The CDs are both on Mr. Lobo's Store Envy store, or OSI 74 Store Envy store. So, that might be something. A vinyl might be something. If that's something you're interested in as far as...
Do you still have the painting of the cover?
I do, but I wouldn't want to sell
Okay.
that. No. I painted this, by the way. This is...
And I was going to say, that is I was there when you painted the full-size one.
Yeah, so this is an actual painting that I did, an acrylic. And then Dixie was starting it, and her work is too finite. Like, her work is too detailed. Yeah. This needed a little more of a ham fist, which is more my painting style, a little looser, a little more abstract. So this is it ended up that I painted it, and we still have the painting, but I don't think I could get up off the painting.
And if you were to part with it, but you didn't want to sell it, if it's never been mentioned to you before, your mom really wants it.
Oh.
That painting.
Okay.
She's mentioned to me a couple times.
All right. Mom wants it, so you're not getting that painting. Sorry. Maybe I should paint a duplicate of it, or have a print maybe of it.
Maybe make prints.
This is another album. This one here is Lauren Gray. She did a record called "Putting the Night on Hold." We liberally and heavily referenced this record in the Clean House special.
Beat that joke to death.
Showing what was the movie? The Clean House.
No, the Red House.
Or Red House. Sorry, Clean House was the special, because Mr. Lobo was trying to clean up the studio, and Paul Sanders directed that episode, and this was the.
And Aaron really screwed with that episode in post.
Yes, and did a great job. Yeah. It was a lot of freestyle inspiration.
Yeah, a lot of jokes that were made up in post production.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
And Edward G. Robinson, Noir film, The Red House.
Always forget his name.
Yes, Edward G. Robinson. It's not. What is it?
Peter Lorre. It's not Edward James Olmos.
And it's not the Officer Quimby from The Simpsons.
Bugs Bunny.
Yes, Edward G. Robinson, who was like one of the most famous character actors ever. I don't know why anyone would get stuck on his name.
And we have a double feature of his episodes.
We've just been tired.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah, we're exhausted.
But two of his, we've done two, Scarlet Street and Red House, which would be a great double feature.
And I believe they're even in OSI release order back to back.
Oh, interesting.
I think it was the last episode of season 2, first episode of season 3.
Wow.
Something like that.
Yeah. Or, well, actually, Scarlet Street is a first season episode.
Well, no, I just mean in OSI.
Oh, in OSI.
When we reformatted
right,
because we had to retransfer the tapes and all of that.
I got confused.
Yeah.
It's
so 5 in the morning.
We could try to... this one I might be able to get up off of for a Patreon reward. Aaron, you know what episode this one's from?
Carnival of Souls.
That's, your history. Carnival Souls episode. Mr. Lobo's holding this. This is a world famous Wurlitzer organist. Yes,
Which that is not a thing.
That's
A
a-
world famous
that's
Wurlitzer.
a contradiction in terms.
Yeah.
Oxymoron. Yeah, oxymoron. No, this guy, Emil Martin, he locally would play the organ at a place in my hometown, Sacramento, called Pizza and Pipes. And they would show silent movies and stuff, and he would be playing the Wurlitzer, and it was built into this pizza place, and there would be like bells ringing and drums and sound effects happening around you, and it was pretty magical as a kid. And I'm sure he probably wanted to play like toccata and fugue and real cool organ stuff, and it was always kids like requesting the theme to Close Encounters and Star Wars. And I was that kid, so I got to hear Wurlitzer versions of the Star Wars theme. But anyhow, kind of have a little bit of nostalgia for this record, although it's not actually in here. But I could probably part with this. $3,000. I might be
Maybe
able to
$5.
I might be able to get off of the Emil Martin record. This one here was not used in an episode. But when I mentioned earlier that we almost lost the Howard Keel album again, this was our backup plan.
Yeah, we briefly had considered just doing the Mars Attacks treatment.
And that did not happen, so this has not been used in the episode. But probably in the future, we might need to kill some Martians.
Yeah. Wouldn't hurt to keep it around.
So we might want to keep it around. If we were to use this in an episode, would this be a good Patreon perk for you? Now we're planning on jamming things in episodes to sell. This is really getting a bit better.
Yard sale, like Miss Min said.
Yeah, I know, you called it. But I think that this album, though, at least, there would be added value to using it in an episode and having the one they used in the episode, but it would be replaceable, because he sold more albums than the Beatles. So there's a lot of these floating around, I'm sure. So that's that. And again, if you have any ideas for other things that you might want Mr. Lobo to do, that would be a great help to us. If you could say, yes, I want you to come to my house and do a show, or I want to put my name in the credits, or there's probably some things that we could do for you that would be worth supporting. And again, I don't want it to seem like it's all about the money, because again, if it were about the money, we'd be doing something a lot smarter than this. But we like making this show. You like watching this show. I think we've got a pretty good partnership.
And basically the money helps us not have to work on other stuff so we can focus on this.
Yeah. That basically it helps us, it frees us up so that we can keep making this show for you. And that brings us to this double feature that we're showing tonight, which you will be able to watch on OSI 74, which is our Roku channel.
Yeah, it should go up tomorrow.
Yeah. So if you miss this, or you end up getting tired, hour 3, you conk out, you can actually watch this on the Roku channel, OSI 74, which you can support on Patreon also. Now, there's 2 things about this movie. This is our Screaming Terror double feature. That's because we're showing Screaming Skull, Terror in the Haunted House.
Same movie.
That's the biggest thing these 2 movies have in common, is that they're pretty much the same movie. The plot is very similar. The other thing that's notable about the episodes, the Mr. Lobo part of these 2 Cinema Insomnia outings, is that we sort of get to partner with 2 legacy hosted movie programs. The first movie you're going to see tonight is Screaming Skull. We actually got to work on the Screaming Skull bonus feature for Mystery Science Theater for their box sets. And
they let us use it in Intermission.
They let us use a condensed
excerpt,
condensed version of it in the Intermission we would advise you to buy the Mystery Science Theater box if you don't own it already, to see the full documentary. It's called "This Film Will Kill You" by Daniel Griffith, and we have done many things for Mystery Science Theater in those box sets. And so if you have those box sets at home, pull some of them out and see how many of them Mr. Lobo are on, because I'm actually in quite a few.
4 or 5, I think.
Of the bonus material. And some of the more recent ones, it's like wall-to-wall Mr. Lobo. It's like, I think, Starfighters and Sinister Urge, it's just a Mr. Lobo featurette, where it's just me talking about the movie on a Mystery Science Theater disc. So that was kind of very exciting for me. It's nice to have an association with those guys. I think that they have a very important place in the history of this kind of show, and that important thing is, and I said this in the movie American Scary, which Joel and I are also in, is that I think Mystery Science Theater was that moment where it's really not just window dressing for a movie. This is a show within itself, to which a movie is an ingredient. The movie is raw material for an anthology, and even creature features, a lot of times when they listed in the TV guide, it would just say the name of the movie. Whereas Mystery Science Theater, it was always Mystery Science Theater, and then whatever the movie was. And sometimes it wouldn't even tell you in the TV guide.
Yeah, sometimes they didn't even say the movie.
Because it didn't matter, because you were in it every week for the show, not just whatever the movie was. So I think that that's kind of an important moment in hosting, and I think that that's they definitely closed the door forever on a horror host just being a bumper, just being window dressing for a film. So that was exciting and great to work with them. And on the second feature, and we'll have an anecdote about this, but we rubbed elbows with Mystery Science Theater, but we were elbow deep into creature features for our second feature, which is Terror in the Haunted House. We got to make that episode on the set of Creature Features. So we'll talk about that in the intermission. Also in the intermission, we're going to scratch around and see what's inside Mr. Lobo's old droopy mail sack. And you guys have been sending us some amazing things. Fun things, cool things we're going to use in our new episodes that we're going to make.
Borderline obscene.
Borderline obscene. Some of the things we will not be able to use in upcoming episodes.
I was kind of just more thinking of the expense that they're spending on us.
Yes. You guys have been taking good care of us, and hopefully we're taking good care of you. I like to think that, we've got a good partnership going. We don't have a network. I mean, I own the network. OSI 74 is the station, is the flagship station for the channel. But honestly, we don't have the support of a major network. We don't have the support of a major distributor. You are our support, and so we give a damn about this. So we're just going to keep it going, and I appreciate that. And if you think you're going to go to sleep, if you think you're not going to make it tonight, I want you to really try, because we are supposed to be insomniacs, okay? We are insomniacs. Some of us are sinsomniacs, and some of us are true initiated sleepless nights. And if you're a sleepless night, you've got to stay all the way up for both movies, okay? I'm going to have to ask you all now, as I have in the past, take the Insomniac's oath. Please assume the position and repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as an initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie and the other movie, the whole movie, and the other movie. And nothing but the movie and the other movie. So help me, Mr. Lobo. You may stand down. God, this week was the worst ever. Thought my eyes were going to fall out. Anyway, you like the haircut? Dixie cut my hair this week. I was so excited. Anyway.
No longer sporting the Doc Brown, Reverend Jim
We're going to show you a movie, kids.
hair everywhere.
Yeah, no. And now, Mr. Lobo's Cinema Insomnia Fan Group Watch Party Screaming Terror Double Feature proudly presents classic episode of Cinema Insomnia, your favorite and mine, The Screaming Skull. Watch Party.
I believe Colonel Mustard did it in the study with the candlestick.
You are under my power. Look into the hypnotic eye. Time now to enter Mr. Lobo's domain. Look out! Open your mind to the possibility that they're not bad movies, just misunderstood. You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia.
Tonight is Retro Night. Not only are we doing the episode live and black and white, but we're doing the film with fewer interruptions and a lot more hair product, just the way we used to back when we were hosting in the 50s and the early 60s. Why? Well, we have a time capsule that Mr. Lobo buried on this exact date, 50 years or so ago, back when we called the show Insomniac Theater. To celebrate that important anniversary, we will be opening the time capsule tonight for the first time on live TV. I'm your host, Mr. Lobo, and this is my lovely co-host, Miss Mittens. Ghosts are merely the past intruding on present time, and to celebrate this special day, we actually have a good movie. In fact, one of the scariest ghost movies of all time, based on Stephen King's masterpiece. And like most of King's horror stories, it's about alcoholism, daddy issues, writer's block, and cheap hotel rooms. From Stanley Kubrick, the director of 2001, A Clockwork Orange, and Dr. Strangelove, comes the mind-bending thriller starring Jack Nicholson, Popeye's girlfriend, and the voice of Hong Kong Phooey, The Shining. No, we're not showing that. Now, Mr. Lobo knows we're big time lozenge sponsor paying for better movies, but this just doesn't seem right. Okay, we're all dressed up 50s. We should do a 50s movie, right? Right? Could we have one of our stagehands try and scratch up something that's period appropriate, okay? Look, Miss Mittens, I know what I'm doing, all right? While they're looking for a movie, let's open up the time capsule and see what we put up there all those years ago, all right? Let's see what's in here. Look at this. Look at this. One of my old bow ties. I used to wear these all the time. You know, straight ties, they were banned from television for a while since they pointed to your genitals. That's right, look, I want to put this one on. This is how I actually used to look. Transform before your very eyes here. Just simply put it on, quite simply, without wasting much time. Here we go. There it is. And looky here. Huh? A film. 1959 film called The Screaming Skull. That sounds much, much scarier than The Shining. And there's an offer in here also. Let's see, from the producers. Reserved for you. The scenes in this film are so shocking that they will pay for the burial of anyone viewing the film who dies of fright. Not a bad deal. Burials are expensive. All right, put this on, okay? Look, I know what I'm doing, all right? Stop. All right, this is going to be really scary. Look, how many fans of Kubrick and King put in the ground? Exactly. And now, make peace with your God. For the first time since the last time we've shown this on Cinema Insomnia, Mr. Lobo is proud to present the period-appropriate and obviously scarier than The Shining feature, The Screaming Skull.
The Screaming Skull is a motion picture that reaches its climax in shocking horror. Its impact is so terrifying that it may have an unforeseen effect. It may kill you. Therefore, its producers feel they must assure free burial services to anyone who dies of fright while seeing The Screaming Skull.
Welcome, Mrs. Whitlock.
It's lovely, Eric.
You look disappointed for a moment.
I did not. It's really lovely. Oh, look. I bet that's the den there.
That's right.
Is that a bedroom?
Yes, it is.
Gonna be ours?
It'll need some fixing first.
It was her room, wasn't it?
Yes. Come on along. I'll show you the rest of the house. Rather forbidding now, I suppose, empty like this. But it was usually this way. Shortly after Marion and I were married, she removed all the furniture her parents had left her. This is our home, she used to say, and we must choose everything carefully. Well, we didn't get very far before she died. But now that you're here, it's going to be lovely again. I'll get the things out of storage tomorrow. They're all in town at the warehouse. And I'll take care of that, too.
You have candles?
Sure.
It'll be twice as romantic.
Speaking of being romantic. I got to carry you over the threshold.
I love you. I love you.
Jenny. I thought life had died out for me.
You know, you see American International and your heart just sinks. It reminds me of those early couple of 100 Dark Shadows episodes before Barnabas shows up. Isn't that right, Miss Mittens? Miss Mittens? Miss Mittens! Oh no! Miss Mittens died of boredom. I wonder if I can collect on that free burial. Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
It's okay. He was a good man.
But this funeral cost me $10,000. $10,000? Take me to Colonial. I'm out of here.
We just want to let you know we are serious about saving you money. Don't be taken advantage of by others. See how Colonial Funeral Home can give you a lot more for less. Colonial Funeral Home, Circular Avenue in Hamden.
Don't be scared. I'm the super sweet monster with the super sweet new cereal, Count Chocula.
Biffle, here's the super sweet new cereal, Frankenberry.
But I've got chocolate sweeties for monstrous chocolate flavor.
Well, I've got berry-flavored sweeties for monstrous strawberry flavor.
Count Chocula.
Frankenberry.
Hi.
Frankenberry.
Count Chocula.
Will this beast save outer space or destroy it? This thing is an eyesore. May heaven forgive us. It came from behind the dark planet, mutated by cosmic gases. Can Eyesore be harnessed by OSI-74? Or will he be our own undoing? Stay tuned. There's more in our store. Shop OSI 74.
She looks lovely lying there, doesn't she? I painted her myself.
Whenever there's a party and all the chicks are there, I ain't the kind of fella just to stand around and stare. 'Cause I believe in action, my soul is pleasure bent, and though I dig the chick I pick, it's never permanent. Oh, I cut in,
Specialty of the day.
up, and cut out. Oh, there's never been a devil like me. Hear about. Oh, I cut in, and I cut up, and cut out.
Tried to collect on that free burial offer for Miss Mittens. Apparently, the producers of The Screaming Skull went bankrupt after nursing homes everywhere started showing their film at every movie night. You try to do something nice. Even though we're about to do the Insomniac Oath, you don't have to keep your promise to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie. If you have a weak heart or weak bladder, and you may want to put your plants and pets out of doors. As for the rest of you, assume the position and repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as an initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie, so help me Mr. Lobo. Thanks, Babs. You still got it. And now, invite the Reverend and his nosy wife along for the honeymoon because, clearly this movie happened before personal space was a thing. As we carry you over the threshold screaming into Reel 2, tonight's feature, The Screaming Skull.
What's that up there?
Oh, that's where Mickey keeps his gardening things.
Who's Mickey?
The gardener. He's kept it up the 2 years I've been away.
By himself?
That's right.
Must work awfully hard.
Oh, he and Marion would spend hours on end working here in the gardens and up in the greenhouse back there. See, he loved her very much. Sometimes I used to wonder who she was, my wife or Mickey's nursemaid. I don't think he quite believes she's gone. I think he expects her to show up one of these mornings and will scold her for neglecting the gardens.
You still love her, don't you? No, I'm not jealous. I'm grateful to her. I think to have loved once, really loved, to learn how to love always. Learning it from her, you give again to me. I wish there was some way to thank her. Who's that?
I don't know. They're driving around the back. Come on along.
Eric!
I see Eric.
We stopped by to meet your new wife.
Oh, Eric, this is a wonderful surprise.
It's been a long time.
It has.
Reverend.
Good to see you, Eric.
Jenny, this is Mrs. Snow.
I'm very happy to meet you.
Jenny, this is a lovely surprise.
And the Reverend Mr. Snow.
Hello, my dear.
Oh, she's sweet, Eric.
I know.
I happened to be going into town. I ran into Mr. Mauer. He told me you were getting back today.
And we thought we'd just drop by and bring you something for your dinner.
Oh, nice.
And it'll save you all the bother of shopping while you're trying to get settled.
Well, then why don't you stay for dinner?
Oh, no, not tonight.
Oh, no, we wouldn't think of that.
Oh, now, please say yes.
I'd like for you to.
It would be like old times.
All right, on the condition that I do the cooking.
You don't have to.
You know, I know that, but I'd love to.
Well, there's Mickey. Excuse me, honey. Mickey!
Ah, poor Mickey. He keeps this place up like a shrine.
Eric told me how he loved Marion.
Mickey's father was a gardener here when Marion's mother was alive. Mickey and Marion grew up together here.
Jenny, this is Mickey.
How do you do, Mickey? I hope we'll be good friends.
Well, Mickey?
Thank you, Mickey.
Well, shall we all go inside?
It's a good idea. Mickey, remember you promised me some of those rose cuttings.
Nice seeing you again, Mickey. I'm going to have to get you down to the barber shop one day very soon.
Excuse us, Mickey.
That's done.
Oh, now please be careful. Oh, Edward, now don't break your neck.
You're doing great, Reverend. Don't worry.
Good heavens. Honestly, the two of them are just like children.
Well, that doesn't look too bad, Eric.
Jenny, I hope you have more luck in getting your husband to mine than I've had with mine.
You know, you've got to admit it does make the room look better.
Very well, Tarzan. For penance, you can come and help me with dinner. Now, come on. Edward, you keep Jenny company?
Yes, dear.
No, Mary, no. Send them away.
Huh?
No. Oh, she's so very nice, Eric.
Jenny?
Yes.
Isn't she wonderful?
Yes, she's not at all like Marion, and I think that's for the best. You know, so many men, when they lose a wife, they try so hard to deny the loss they marry someone exactly like the first wife. It hardly seems fair using the living to bring back the dead, does it?
No, I suppose it doesn't.
We make a prison for ourselves out of the past, at least our sentimental, wished-for pasts.
Mrs. Snow,
Yes, dear.
there's something I must tell you and the Reverend.
Well, of course, Eric. What is it?
You see, Jenny has not had a very happy past.
Oh?
And talking about it or about something that might strongly remind her of it, she's very impressionable.
Is there something wrong, Eric?
No, not really. You see, she lost her parents many years ago in a very tragic way. And talking about unhappy pasts only, she's very impressionable. See, I want her to be happy, Mrs. Snow.
Of course you do, and so do we all. Now, how did she lose them? Well, look, I'm not prying, dear. It's just that Mr. Snow and I can help better if we know something about it.
They drowned in an accident. Jenny saw it all.
Who's Mr. Mauer?
Mr. Mauer? Why, he's a lawyer in town.
I thought no one knew we were coming. You said you heard from Mr. Mauer?
Well, Eric wrote him. He takes care of the estate, or what's left of it.
Oh, that's right. Eric has to see him tomorrow.
Well, Eric's co-executor of the estate along with Mr. Mauer. You see, Marion's death was so sudden that, well, all that was left to Eric was the house and these grounds. Mr. Mauer told me that Eric had found someone very sweet and very kind, and with whom he was very much in love. He didn't say enough.
How did Marion die?
Didn't Eric tell you?
I think the subject's rather painful to him. I don't like to make him talk about it. Would you mind telling me? I'd like to know.
It was a rainy day. She and Mickey had been working up there in the greenhouse She left him to go back to the house for a few minutes. The way we pieced it together after the accident is that while she was coming down this path, apparently it began to rain very hard. She must have run along here. We don't know, of course, what happened then. Perhaps she slipped on a leaf. Base of her skull was smashed. It was thought that she hit her head on the edge of the cement wall where we're sitting, and she fell in there. She died in the water. That's where Eric found her 10 minutes later.
Marion, you said, Mickey, wait here. I'm going down to the house for just a minute. And then you went away in the rain. And you didn't come back to play. Marion, why did you
Mickey clearly went to the Torgo School of Groundskeeping. And speaking of slack-jawed hired hands, since Miss Mittens took a dirt nap, Mr. Lobo has been looking to hire another co-host. I think I'm gonna let my fingers do the walking and help find a temp agency. Let me see here how they do it in the commercials. Bucky Jimmy's Sidekick Network. We're the first name and second bananas. Sounds promising. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Lobo. Wow, you are Sidekick. How did you know it was me? Oh, you're watching right now. Yeah, we actually should be going to commercial. Hold on. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back. Yeah, that's right. My Tonto went Geronimo. Could you send a Sidekick over?
Mr. Riley, your ads are terrific.
Yeah, but there's something wrong.
Could be me.
My Yellow Pages ad?
Look, your other advertising moves customers down the field, but when they're ready to buy, they look for me.
So?
So your other ads work harder when you got me to close the sale. Selling is teamwork.
And a good Yellow Pages ad can help me score.
Kid, you got the point. Let the Yellow Pages do your talking.
What cigarette do you smoke? You'll be interested to know how the doctors of America answered that question. Tens of thousands of doctors in all parts of the country, in every state of the Union. Doctors in every branch of medicine were asked, "What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" In this nationwide survey of general practitioners, surgeons, throat specialists, diagnosticians, and so on, the brand named most was Camel.
Yes, according to this survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Try Camels yourself. Make the one sensible cigarette test. Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test in your T-zone. Smoke only Camels for 30 days. Enjoy Camel's rich, full flavor. And see how well Camels agree with your throat. Pack after pack, week after week. See for yourself why Camels are so popular with the doctors of America.
Looking to be the best-dressed insomniac on your side of the room? Ask the man who wears one. Ladies love the classic, the original, Cinema Insomnia with your host, Mr. Lobo, t-shirt. 100% pre-shrunk spun cotton, double needle stitching, and quality from armpit to armpit. This is a nice shirt. Satisfy your pretensions and get caught dead in a Cinema Insomnia t-shirt from NovemberFire.com.
Hey guys, it's Buddha Gonzalez.
And this is Domino.
And we're here to talk to you about our show, Bizarre Transmissions from the Bermuda Triangle.
Breaking new gate.
You see, our show features wild and one-of-a-kind music videos of all genres.
And Buddha, don't forget, we also have artist spotlight, special guests, and demented humor.
That's right, it's all part of OSI 74's Secret Sundays.
We dance! Today we're going to do the Popeye, the Jerk, the Twist, the Watusi, just like your big brothers and sisters. Also, Crichton is going to show us some of his films. And Great Googly Moo!
I'm Vincent Price, and you're invited to my party in the house on Haunted Hill, where so far the ghosts have murdered only 7 people. So won't you come and make it 8? Hooray! Or you'll be late for your own funeral.
Mr. Lobo isn't sure if any of the psychology in tonight's movie is AMA approved, but I can still thoroughly screen Miss Mitten's potential replacement. Eric and Jenny may be having fun with Rain Man watering their begonias, but we'd like to make sure Mr. Lobo's new assistant is playing with a full deck, or at least a starter deck, which is like 50 cards and an instruction booklet, game mat. Anyway, says here that your name is Boner T. Lazybones. Not sure I like that. No face tattoos, that's good. We'd like to do a psychological test with all of our potential employees. Would you rather go to the circus and see funny clowns with painted on smiles, or go to a boxing match and see naked men smash each other's faces into red pulp? Good answer. You might be management material. You might have my job. Okay, Mr. Lazybones, watch this next segment of The Screaming Skull and tell me the first thing that comes to your mind.
Don't forget that you and Eric are coming for lunch day after tomorrow.
We'll do better than that. We'll come to church on Sunday as well.
Oh, getting Eric to church is like moving a mountain.
He'll come.
Come along, my dear. It's getting late.
Eric, thank you very much for bringing Jenny into our lives.
Thank you for the dinner.
It was a pleasure. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Edward, did you know that Jenny's very wealthy?
Oh, yes. Mr. Mao told me in town today.
Well, she's not at all like Marion. You know, she's so gentle and timid, as if she were afraid of something.
I knew you'd like my friends, dear. Hey, what's this? Huh?
Just happy, that's all.
Come.
So happy.
Come on. How are the cots?
Fine.
What are you reading?
Something Mrs. Snow sent over.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. It's called Beast in the Jungle. It's all about a man who waited all of his life for something great, wonderful to happen to him. He had only one good friend. It's a woman whom he confided. And she died. At her grave, he suddenly realized that she was the great and wonderful thing that he'd waited for all of his life. But it was too late then. His memories, like a beast in the jungle, rise up out of the past, overwhelm him.
Poor fellow. He doesn't know what he missed.
Eric? I don't think Mickey looks for her in the pond.
Jenny, oh, stop it.
I can't help it, Harry. That bad feeling's come back.
I forbid you to talk about it.
She looked like that, Harry. My mother looked like that.
Yes, it does parallel Hitchcock's Rebecca. Well, I don't think we have any more questions. Mr. Funnybones, congratulations, you've got the job. Let me just give you a 1099 form. What are you looking at? Hey! Wow. Something must have scared him pretty bad. Glad we didn't hire that loose cannon. Send more sidekicks.
Meet Jack Torrance.
I'm outlining a new writing project.
He's a writer looking for inspiration.
Lots of ideas. No good ones.
Jack just can't finish his book.
I don't want to sound melodramatic, but There's no way to make it economically feasible.
Here's to 5 miserable months.
But sometimes, what we need the most is just around the corner.
I'm your new foster father.
I'd do anything.
Climbing up on Salisbury Hill,
I love it.
I could see the city light. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Son, he said, grab your things, I've come to take you home.
Shiny.
Howdy, I'm Spaceboy of SpaceboyUniverse.com, and when I'm traveling the galaxy near Earth, there's only one channel I like to tune into, and that's OSI 74. All systems go.
Here's a few reasons you should watch Cinema Insomnia on OSI 74.
Laser beams are drilling. I'm holding my head and I don't even feel it. Somebody's out for killing. But I'm not scared at all, cause I've already seen it. Nothing else matters to me.
Convinced? Do you have hepatitis? Well, watch anyway. Would you like hepatitis? You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia. They're not bad movies, just misunderstood. New episodes only on OSI 74.
Sleazy B Martini, Aishi, Albatross, Japan. Into studio! They've got Prince. They've got Kaiju. What else is there? Albatross, Japan.
Hi, I'm Dash Daring, Blobfest reporter extraordinaire, and you're watching OSI 74.
Here's great news about 2 wonderful Baraxo hand cleaning products. First, Baraxo powdered hand soap in a new plastic decorator container. Looks like this on the grocer's shelf, and like this on your bathroom or kitchen sink. Perfect for everyday hand washing. Baraxo washes hands cleaner and faster than bar soaps can. And here's exciting new Baraxo waterless hand cleaner. Watch. Just a little dab. Removes paint, soil stains, grease, shoe polish, or wax. In fact, new Baraxo waterless hand cleaner removes the toughest dirt or stains. Gets hands clean and smooth fast, anytime. In the workshop, camping, on the road, anywhere. Without water. What a convenience. That's new Baraxo waterless hand cleaner. And remember Baraxo powdered hand soap in the attractive new plastic container. Both at your grocer's now.
Says here your name is Slappy? Huh. Do you have a last name? Oh, Is that French? Okay. You were sidekick for Uncle Spooky Pants and his Pancake House of Horrors. How long was that show on? Three weeks. Any thoughts on the Screaming Skull? Yes, it does seem like they made up the title first and then came up with a movie. Good. You ever been in a mental institution? Just asking. We like to do a little psychiatric evaluation with our potential employees. You wouldn't believe this, but the last guy thought he saw a floating flower pot. What's the matter? Hey! Yeah, just go on and get out of here, you freak. Yeah, go find a Muppet to hide in. Security, we make sure Miss Thing finds her way back to her car. Sorry, folks. Good, sane, mentally stable help is hard to come by. Now back to the Screaming Skull. Send more temps.
We won't be bothered with any of Mickey's nightly visits anymore. I've forbidden him to the house.
I was just nervous last night. I wish you wouldn't take it out on Mickey.
Now, he's a child. Must be disciplined.
I'd like him to feel I'm his friend.
Why don't you do some gardening with him while I'm in town? If he sees you're interested, you win him over quickly enough.
Wait a minute. I need a list of staples mostly.
Are you sure you don't want to come in with me?
You get more done without me.
Got to see about the lights, the phone, the bank, and the warehouse people about that furniture. You know, that cop's just about broken my back.
Don't forget to see Mr. Mauer.
I have to see him this evening. It's a bore, but I'll have to see him.
Will you be home in time for dinner? I'll wait for you.
Now, if I'm not, don't you worry, darling. Getting out of Mauer's clutches sometimes requires an act of God. I love you.
Hello, Mickey. Oh, look out. You almost cut him. He's a handsome one, isn't he? So cuddly and warm. When I was a little girl, I used to want to be a caterpillar. So I was a very little girl. There you go. Marion must have loved her gardens. We'll keep them lovely for her always. You know what I'd like to do, Mickey? I'd like to pick some of the nicest flowers and take them to her. Would you like that?
Yes.
Eric told me she was near here. Would you show me where? Is that all right, Mickey? I'm sure it was a great loss to all of you, Mickey.
She cries
Cries?
in the night.
Dead people don't cry, Mickey.
I heard her.
Heard her? Mickey?
I don't think he quite expects she's gone.
She cries. She cries in the night.
I think he expects her to show up one of these mornings.
She died in the water. The base of her skull was smashed. She didn't want to die. She died in the water.
All right then. Well, it says here that your name is Kogarella. Is that correct? All right. It also says that we worked together on Insomniac Theater, or maybe that was my dad, because I think I'd remember working with a gorilla. No offense. And it also says that you can play Dream of a Witch's Sabbath on recorder. Okay, would you mind cutting us a slice? Okay. That's enough. That sounded great, actually. That didn't even sound like a recorder. But, you know, we're not doing The Shining. I mean, with all due respect. I mean, no, I don't think they're the same theme. Dream of a Witch's Sabbath from tonight's film goes bomb, 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 bomb. And then The Shining theme, it goes bomb, 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 bomb. What's the matter? What's going on? You see anything? You sure you don't see anything? You don't see anything weird? Okay, all right. Well, all right, then I seem to be no more questions. You seem completely qualified. Congratulations, Kogarella. You will be Mr. Lobo's new temporary sidekick, all right? You take this 1099 form, and you fill that out. It's almost intermission time. You like popcorn? Great. Well, there's an employee break room right over here. Cinema and Saw will be back after intermission.
Mr. Projectionist, stop the show. Here's great news you ought to know. We've just got a shipment of taste-thrilled treats, all tip-top quality and delicious eats. There are hot dogs and popcorn and candy galore. There's soft drinks and coffee and a whole lot more. So direct your steps to our refreshment stand to enjoy the finest snacks in all the land.
you crave that corn when it's freshly bobbed. You gotta beat it to the box with the butter on the top. Don't hesitate, mate. Make that scene. Get eyes for the coolest and dig some ice cream. Get with it, man. Start strolling down to the sweets that set you rolling, the best in town. Our candy's real gone, if I'm understood. To all you squares, that means the confection is positively delicious. Cork that stuff. Give me 5. Let me send you into this nutty jive. The cats go cool for the dog that's hot, and the burgers are the biggest. Dad, that's a lot. Go, man, go. It ain't very far. Shake it on down to this cool snack bar. Come on, Jill. Give us a treat. A friendly pepper-upper with a tasty beat.
Drink Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pepper, 'cause it never lets you down.
Frosty, man, frosty.
The Screaming Skull is a motion picture that reaches its climax in shocking horror. Its impact is so terrifying that it may have an unforeseen effect. It may kill you.
In my line of work as a horror movie host, I have found that every movie is someone's favorite movie. Every movie is someone's least favorite movie. In fact, we like to say on Cinema Insomnia that they're not bad movies, just misunderstood. And the question begs to be answered, is the Screaming Skull a misunderstood movie? And I would say the Screaming Skull is very, very misunderstood.
The Screaming Skull was an indie, directed by Alex Nichol, an actor who was directing his first movie.
It was 1958 at that point, and Alec Nichol came to my house in Rustic Canyon with a script.
Alex Nichol enticed Peggy Weber to star in it by telling her it was a remake of Alfred Hitchcock's Rebecca.
And he said, but I want you to play the Joan Fontaine part.
But it also makes you think of Gaslight and, especially, all the horror movies where a spouse is being driven to madness or death.
He left the script with me. It didn't have a title on it. John Newell was the writer.
Who grew up in Samoa, came to the U.S. and started writing for TV, including the thriller episode Pigeons from Hell.
I thought that it was a pretty good script, but it needed work.
Unlike a lot of old horror movies, the characters in this one are like people you might know.
Eric is the husband, Jenny is the wife, and they have this honeymoon in their new home, and she's seeing these horrible, horrible ghosts.
And if you were a kid watching it way back when, Peggy Weber could be your mom. So right away, you don't want anything to happen to her.
She was looking for sincerity and a true love, and he was avoiding that in the plot, the way that it was written.
Her husband is actually trying to get her money. So he's trying to drive her over the brink so that he can take her money away.
So it gets really scary, almost unpleasantly scary, when bad stuff does start to happen to her. You so don't want her to investigate the banging window. You so don't want her to go downstairs when there's that knock on the door in the middle of the night.
Obviously, just like in any other mystery, you've got the red herring in this, which is the Mickey character. And Mickey is the gardener for the manor.
Jenny, this is Mickey.
Mickey's a wide-awake nightmare.
I kind of see him as like the forerunner of every creepy caretaker in the 1980s.
It always seems like that all gardeners in horror are they must have a big gardening school, or mentally disabled, or severely mentally incompetent gardeners. Maybe like the Torgo School of Gardening.
You got to hand it to him directing this movie and then stepping into that creepy caretaker. I wonder if he gave direction as Mickey, because that would have been really strange to the actors.
He was changing the script a little, and he said, I have to tell you guys, we've had to change the name of this piece because we had to raise money to finish the production of it, and so we're going to promote it as a horror film. And this was a horror story to me.
Screaming Skull is what I call an estate movie, because it's like, we want to make a movie, we don't have much money, but we have an estate.
The house we see in the movie belonged to Huntington Hartford, who squandered more than $100 million in his wild and crazy days, being a playboy, producing plays, producing movies, and he ended up practically penniless, living in Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn, in a small apartment.
What's cool about it is they're not in the studio, so there's no cardboard sets here. It gives it a certain production value.
No furniture, everything overgrown and empty, no electricity, nothing.
And I'll take care of that, too.
You have candles?
You have to have a stagnant pond, or an empty swimming pool, or a stagnant swimming pool. I think that's a staple of the estate movie.
The Screaming Skull was photographed by Floyd Crosby, who didn't like it. He called it a dull film, uninteresting sets, uninteresting actors. But he did a good job on the picture, giving us some great shock close-ups of the skull and getting a little creative here and there.
I think he does a pretty good job of placing his camera in a way that it affects some creepy moments.
Peggy Webber didn't like the way they lit her, so that you could see through her nightgown. She didn't know they were doing that to her. And she especially didn't like the moment where she's embracing John Hudson and her hair gets under his nose and he looks like Charlie Chaplin. She says Floyd Crosby shouldn't have let that go.
What I was supposed to do was to fall down a flight of stairs. And so I had to tell Alec, I'm 3 months pregnant, and I really don't think I should fall down the stairs. So he allowed me to just get in the position as if I had fallen down.
It was expertly done. Play the break just right.
Very nice.
When you get down to the climax of the film, I mean, this is fairly dark for a movie with a screeching skull. I know it's a screaming skull, but it sounds like a screech to me.
There's the portrait, and they burn everything so that, no, this isn't, it's not real, there's no ghosts, they burn the portrait, and then all of a sudden the skull is in the ashes, and, she faints, and then there's that moment where the husband, who you would think would be rushing to her aid or helping her get up, he just reaches over and grabs the skull to go put it back in the bowling bag or wherever the skull lives when it's not flying around the mansion.
And then at the end, in the greenhouse, it was too much when the wife came back as the ghost with the skull face and started chasing Peggy Webber. Again, that blood-curdling, ghostly woman's voice yowling on the soundtrack. Unbelievably scary when I was little.
And then that sound, that music, and just when you just think it couldn't get any higher, you got blood coming out of your ears, it hits like a whole nother level. It's like, are you scared yet?
Whoa, prairie dog.
Kerry Takano is drunk again.
The music score of The Screaming Skull was by Ernest Gold, who later wrote the scores for big movies and won an Oscar, and the woman who provided the yowling voice of the ghost was his wife Marnie Nixon, who very famously provided the singing voices of Deborah Carr in The King and I, Rita Moreno in West Side Story, Audrey Hepburn in My Fair Lady, and so on.
He took it to a distributor, and at that time, we didn't even know the name, that it was going to be called The Screaming Skull, until it went into distribution. And then they told us that it was being called that.
Just the idea, the very title of the film was frightening. Yeah, I can remember seeing the ads in the paper. It was one of those films that I'm not sure I should go see that, because I think I'm going to be a little bit too scared.
The movie begins, and then there's this casket, and it comes closer, and you're thinking, is this going to be some sort of intro? Is there going to be a corpse in this? And then the producers of this movie, will pay for the burial if you die of fright.
That is so William Castle to me, to have that disclaimer at the beginning of the movie,
And what I want to know is, will you pay for my burial if I'm bored to death?
When you look up The Screaming Skull in the books, you'll find a lot of put-downs and one-star reviews, and I can't help but think that a lot of the people who wrote those reviews are idiots. This was a movie made to scare kids and teenagers almost 60 years ago. a much simpler age, and a lot of guys who saw it as kids in 1958 tell me it scared the hell out of them.
If the movie was working, and the Screaming Skull really did work, the audience would react to, you'd hear the girls would always scream, and I think I might have screamed a couple times.
As a kid, seeing it for the first time, the scariest part of the Screaming Skull was when it was over and it was time for bed, and I was way too scared to go to my empty bedroom and turn off the lights.
I don't remember if I saw this movie as a kid or not, because it might have sort of stuck in my head when Lost Skeleton Cadaver came to me, and I realized, of course, that the cheapest movie monster you can come by is a skeleton. Even cheaper, a skull, just a skull.
I never felt it was frightening. I never felt that it looked as horrible as I had to act like I thought it looked. And I felt they could have done more frightening things. But I had such lovely fan letters from young boys who had never seen such a film in their lives before. And they were so awestruck by this film, and I didn't want to say to them, I wish you'd go and see the originals, see Rebecca. but I think it hit a nerve with young boys.
Yum, yum. It's a meal in itself. Our all-meat super dog. Enjoy one now.
Show starts in 2 minutes.
This is a special announcement for the uninitiated. Join the sleepless nights of insomnia with our brand new Cinema Insomnia Fan Club Kit. Lifetime membership includes the new plastic decoder membership card and the world's fanciest and most detailed official certificate of membership. A larger Cinema Insomnia Fan Club pin back button. A randomly selected 8x10 signed by Mr. Lobo. The classic black and white 4x6 of Mr. Lobo. And you still get the free plastic November Fire decoder ring while supplies last. Best of all, you will be an official Sinsomniac or sleepless night of insomnia. Join our secret society today and prove that you're better than other people and that they're not bad movies, just misunderstood.
Igor, go and get me what I crave. Evening, Igor.
If you want a better orange soda, made with more natural orange flavor than ever before, try Shasta. It's got the bright color, the sweet smell, and the great taste of oranges. Shasta, it's the orange soda that can make anybody happy.
Don't ever get that close to him again. He could have killed you.
On her wedding night, her husband's love brought the beast to Ray Jury. memory in her subconscious mind? What weird recollection of another existence evoked frenzied nightmares that could only end in disaster?
Well, I'll be Monkey's uncle.
Yeah, Monkey's uncle. New stunt race day with a monkey business name. Spread the stunts out every place. Make it tough to win the race. Run wild, Monkey's uncle. Wind the timer, run and take the stunt that says be a snake. It's great, Monkey's uncle. Time is going tick, tick, tick. Do a rooster who is sick, cock-a-doodle choo. Run wild, Monkey's uncle. Hurry, hurry, do those tricks for the monkeys out of ticks. Run wild, Monkey's uncle. Time, it's wild. Complete with stunt mats, cards, horns, clickers, tricks, spinner, and monkey timer from Transagram, where the fun comes from.
You're doing, dragging your butt through the day, selling body and soul to a bunch of bland normals, acting stupid so they'll think you're one of them, tired of getting all of the guilt but none of the sex? There is a simple answer, dear friend, a glowing beacon of slack amidst the turmoil and darkness. It's J.R. Bob Dobbs, the living slack master, and his church of the subgenius. Bob brings a new destiny for the abnormal, for Bob comes to justify our sins, to unmask the conspiracy, and to get us back the slack they stole away. It's us versus them. Are you gonna fry in hell on earth alongside the pink boys, or will you pull the wool over your own eyes and accept Bob into your mind? Repent, quit your job, slack off, and praise Bob!
Church of the Subgenius, eternal salvation, or triple your money back.
Watch Sleazy Pictures on OSI 74.
You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema. Insomnia. We're coming to you live. It's a retro night. I'm your horror movie host, Mr. Lobo. And this is my newly hired companion for tonight's festivities, Cogorella. Wave to the nice people, Cogorella. Instead of summarizing tonight's film so far with John Stanley's Creature Features movie guide, we're going to dust off this old relic from our time capsule from when we showed this very same film on this very same day all those years ago. Newlyweds, Jenny and Eric arrive in their concept car of the future to their new home and are so happy that they leave the gull wing doors wide open. Eric's first wife died in a gardening accident, and their mentally unstable groundskeeper Mickey never got over it and became a hopeless pothead. Eric's new wife, Jenny, keeps seeing a ghostly, screaming skull. We learn that she was once in a mental institution, but supposedly is as cured as a spiced ham. Just like a Christian couples retreat, Reverend Snow and his wife are always nearby for marital advice and somehow know Jenny comes from money. And now back to the second half of the strangely melancholy Folgers commercial that we like to call The Screaming Skull, where we've secretly replaced the fine coffee Jenny normally serves with crystal meth. Let's see if she notices. And now it's time for another Insomniac mail sack. And it goes like this. Dear Mr. Lobo, I was wondering if you could dedicate tonight's movie to our little dog, Bubby Wubbles. He was a good dog with a wet nose and big floppy ears, and he loved to play with everyone. One day, he tried to play with the other dog in the garden, but of course that was just his reflection in our reflecting pool. He choked on a lily pad and is now in heaven. Bubby Wubbles loved your show, and we hope he's still watching from Doggy Heaven. Thanks for writing. Bubby Wubbles, wherever you are, tonight's show is especially for you. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back.
And out to commercial.
Really? A goddamn death dedication? Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, we come out of an upbeat, fun horror movie. I gotta talk about somebody's goddamn dead dog. Every time I try to keep things light on the show, and you throw a goddamn dead dog in there. I mean, we already had a dead plant on the show. Miss me. Oh, God. I miss you.
I'm Sleazy P. Martini, host of Sleazy Pictures After Dark, and we are Outer Space International. Reach for the sky.
What if someone finally had the answers to all your burning questions? Should I shave my beard in 2017?
How do I feel like a better person?
How do I feel a better person in 2017?
How do I stop asking inane questions about 2017?
The answer is in one audio disc book tape. Mr. Lobo's Hypnosis for Hipsters will help you self-meditate your mega mental energy for better think smarts. Your juice will taste better. Your dreams more rectangular. You will finally bend to Mr. Lobo's will. Get Hypnosis for Hipsters today from Outer Space International. Only $19.99. Includes informative booklet and autographed photo of your self-help guru, Mr. Lobo, to inspire you in your most desperate times. Visit OSI74.com.
Howdy folks, Ormond Grimsby here of the hit show Monster Creature Feature.
Come on, you guys, it's only a little. Giant! A hungry giant!
Hungry for a big honey taste.
Honeycomb fish! Yeah! Big, big crunch for a big, big bite! Honeycomb cereal, part of this big, complete breakfast. Honeycomb the big, big bite! Yeah!
Use Ajax!
Colgate's new
new Ajax cleans all bathroom surfaces up to 50% faster.
Use Ajax, the foaming cleanser. Gets things clean just like a whiz. You'll stop paying the elbow tax when you start cleaning with Ajax. So use Ajax, the foaming cleanser. Floats the dirt right down the drain.
Ajax leaves no gritty cleanser scum in tub or sink. And it smells good, too.
So use Ajax.
Wow. Now that is talent, Cogorilla. I mean, that recorder sounds exactly like an oboe. Hello there, horror movie music lovers. I'm Mr. Oboe. I mean, Mr. Oboe. Time for some trivia in cinema. As you know, a lot of classical music is used in horror films because it adds ambience, history, sophistication, and that no royalties need to be paid to the composer, especially if he's been decomposing for the last 100 years or so. Toccata and Fugue by Johann Sebastian Bach can be heard in Phantom of the Opera, Rollerball, and even right here on Cinema Insomnia and Ed Wood's Venus Flytrap. And who could forget Modest Mussorgsky's Night on Bald Mountain in Disney's Fantasia and Natural Born Killers. Hall of the Mountain King, whistled by Peter Lorre and M. Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake as the theme to Dracula. And of course, that haunting and often used piece, Dream of a Witch's Sabbath by Berlioz, made famous in The Shining and made obscure again right here on Cinema Insomnia for our presentation of The Screaming Skull.
Jenny? 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 Honey? Honey? It's all right, darling. It's all right. I'm right here. I'm right here. Just lie back. That's right. Just lie back. It's all right.
Eric, when you found me, what else was there?
What do you mean, what else?
A skull?
Jenny,
I know there was no skull.
of course not.
Mickey says Marion cries at night.
Why, that child is stupid.
Don't blame him. We both hear the peacocks. He out of his love for Marion wishes the cry to be from her. I out of my sickness.
Now, darling, we've been all through that nonsense last night.
Don't you see? I've never imagined seeing these things before. To just stand there and see it and have it turn out to be nothing. Eric, I want you to call Dr. Ann tomorrow in New York.
We do need somebody else, darling. We need somebody outside of the confusions of our love for each other. Now, the Reverend Snow will be here in the morning.
Well, this much is real anyway. Look here, Jenny. You see, this is how you gouged your hand. And you say you threw the skull down here where Eric is looking?
Yes.
Did you find anything, Eric?
Nothing yet.
Surely, Jenny, you must agree with me that anything as fragile as a skull would have been smashed to bits down there. And Eric has found nothing. And to assume that the skull would move of its own all the way from there to the driveway door. Now, Jenny, there's no reason for that.
Don't you see, I agree with you. Did Eric tell you I spent over a year in a sanitarium?
Oh, Eric told Mrs. Snow that you were very impressionable, but that's all. I know lots of people needing a rest go to sanitariums.
This wasn't quite that kind of sanitarium. You see, I grew up loving my father and hating my mother. Well, she never knew it. Something I kept to myself. She was very beautiful. Very gay, like her. Very much. And I knew she resented that I was not more like her. I used to lie awake at night and wish she were dead.
Well, that isn't very unusual. I understand many children go through such a period.
I was no longer a child. And one day, I got my wish. They were both drowned. I could still hear her scream. I was all alone on the little beach. And all I could see was the overturned boat on the top of the waves. And I kept trying to reach them. And the waves kept throwing me back. And then I could hear her cries no more. And then hours later, the men came and searched for the bodies. They were never found. That's when this bad feeling started. This feeling that if I'd really wanted to, I could have saved them, but I didn't. That I really killed them.
No, Jenny. You tried. You tried your very best.
I did. But thinking, begging, praying couldn't make this feeling go away. That's when they took me to the hospital. But they told me I was cured.
Jenny.
They told me I was cured.
Mickey? Mickey! You go on. I'll be there in time for lunch.
Well, where do you think he's gone off to, Eric?
Who knows about Mickey? He might be hiding.
You looked at Marion's grave?
Mickey? Mickey! Mickey? 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 Mickey!
Another fun fact, the reason there's so much oboe in late 50s horror movies is because the oboe and theremin players' unions merged in 1956. And now listen to this important composition that influenced both classic Romanticism and Impressionism, a light opera work the French call Peuples Blancs des Problèmes, hashtag white people's problems. Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
Kids, now you get Rickshaw Runner completely free inside every box of post-rise crinkles. So I say, rice that is crinkled is sweetest to eat because it's crinkled with sugar, and sugar is sweet. Now, what you say?
Same as you. Crinkles are crinkly and sweetest to eat, 'cause they're...
Crinkled.
Crinkled. Crinkles are sugar and sugar is sweet.
Ah, so. And look, now free. Me and Rickshaw in box.
Look, Sawhide with his own rickshaw. You don't touch it. Sawhide pulls it himself.
See me go. Faster, faster. On the road, I'm the master.
Let's get another Sawhide rickshaw and have a race. There's a Sawhide rickshaw runner at every Rice Crinkles package.
Those cereals make breakfast a little bit better.
Outer Space International. Bigger than TV. We're OSI 74.
Hey, Midnighters! Hey yo. The man with the goodies is here. I got stuff you might want. Stuff that makes you feel real good. I got t-shirts. I got buttons. I got t-shirts. Stuff that makes you feel real good. I got t-shirts. T-shirts. So you know what I can do for you? Every time you buy something, I'll send you a fan club membership card. So if you buy a patch, I'll send you a fan club membership card. If you buy an autographed picture with your name on it, and I've got your name, I'll send you a fan club membership card. And you can give that one to a friend. Remember, any friend of a Midnighter has got one friend. All right, yeah.
Go to the OSI 74 shop to buy your Midnight Frights merchandise. Your #1 source for Midnight Movie merchandise, the OSI 74 shop.
You're watching OSI 74.
It's a new height in fright.
I found in the morning that the skull had been removed.
But who removed it?
Those who use its power.
Casting its hypnotic trance over all who fall under its hideous shadow. Turning a lover into a killer at its evil command. Never before such blood-curdling horror as the skull. When the skull strikes, you scream.
So what kind of breakfast meats do you like?
I don't like breakfast meats.
You don't like breakfast meats?
I don't like food.
You don't like food, really? Oh, greetings. And speaking of rolling numbskulls for profit, it's now time for Cinema Insomnia's lucky Reel 7 girl. The girl chosen by you, the loyal insomniacs there, to introduce the next reel of tonight's feature and hopefully boost our ratings with desperate males aged 18 to 24. Tell us a little bit about yourself, lucky Reel 7 girl.
Well, I don't like food.
Hey, you didn't do your duty and introduce the next reel of the Screaming Skull. Cogarella, get her.
Did you find him?
No. Where's Jenny?
If I were you, Eric, I'd take her away. If she's so impressionable and that house frightens her so much, why subject her to it?
Look, I can't do a thing like that. It'd be the worst thing for her. Mr. Snow, it would be admitting she was sick again. I want her to be happy. We'll stay here.
Perhaps you know best, Eric.
See, I've got a simple and old-fashioned piece of philosophy. The only cure for her fear is to teach her she's loved. I mean, really loved. And I love her so much.
God bless you for that, Eric. She's a very fortunate woman having someone like you to care for her.
Be night soon.
Oh, Jenny.
I'm sorry.
Darling, you've got to believe it will not happen again. Ever. Mickey? Mickey!
Eric. Eric! Stop it!
All right. What are you going to do with that skull?
Stop it! It wasn't his
Where did you
fault.
get it?
Leave him alone.
I'll take care of this, Jenny. Now, I know you don't like me, Mickey. I know you're doing anything to get us to leave here. This idiotic attempt to scare us as if we were children. It was you, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
No, not me. Not me.
Get out of here. Get out of here. On.
I wish you'd apologize to him. You know as well as I do it's not his fault. It's all in my own mind.
Jenny, I'm going to do something. And you're going to help me do it.
What's that?
That portrait upstairs. It reminds you of your mother.
Yes.
You were fine until you saw it. Now it has you all preoccupied with memories of the past. We're going to burn it.
It's precious to you, Eric.
The picture means nothing to me. I want you to be happy. We can't be until this fear is out of our lives. All right, Jenny. Go on, Jenny.
Let's go back to the house.
It's only the peacocks.
Fire's almost out.
Yes. We can't let those ashes stand overnight. And the brush in these hills are regular tinderbox. You want to help me? Ah, you feeling better?
It's as if I destroyed her with my own hands. She'll come back, Eric. She'll come back.
Darling, if you go on talking that way, you destroy the whole purpose. Now, the thing is out of the house, and it's over. You just give it half a chance, and you'll begin to forget it. And if you'll just spread those ashes out a little for me, I'll get the water to it. That's it. darling?
The skull! It's the skull!
Darling, there's no skull there. There's no skull there, darling. There is no skull there, Jenny. Darling, there's no skull there. There's no skull.
Stop crying, okay? Stop. Now let's look at this stuff. Look at this big pile of stuff. We're going to prove that there are no ghosts, all right, by burning up all of this horrible, horrible stuff. Who paints with kerosene? Matches. 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 Wait a second. Why am I burning up all this stuff? This is my stuff. Cogorella, let her go. Let her go. We're going to let you go too. Cinema Insomnia will be right back. Cogorella, help me put all this stuff back. Oh.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it.
British agent Bunny Galore speaking. You're watching OSI 74.
You've got to check out this magazine and website. It's all about monsters. It's the Monster Attack Team, formerly published by famous monsters of Filmland. It's the only English language magazine devoted to Japanese monsters, superheroes, and rock and roll. Yeah, man. Turn it up to 11 with the #1 Japanese sci-fi magazine, Monster Attack Team. MonsterAttackTeam.com. Fighting Japanese monsters since 1991. Now partnered with Monster Madhouse. Yeah!
Are you ready?
Don't cast away that annoying single in your wallet or purse when you could be supporting the creator of these cartoons via Patreon with that very same dollar. $1 for a full year of awesome phony cartoons. Please consider supporting the creator of this cartoon on Patreon with $1. That's all I ask of my minions. $1. $1 a year. And if you can't afford $1 a year, then you're in worse shape than I am. And you know what? I totally understand.
I'm Arson Spotswood, host of Laser Brigade and Midnight Frights. TV is bad for you. This is slightly better.
Attention Pepsi drinkers, introducing the new taste of Coca-Cola, the best Coca-Cola ever. That's all I'm going to say. In fact, that's all I have to say. No more words. This stuff is great. I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry. Whew.
Shira and I want to talk to you about something that's very personal.
It's your body and no one should touch you in a way that you feel is wrong.
I'll get anybody who tries it.
It's not that easy, Orko. It's hard for a young person to admit that he or she has been touched in a bad way.
If you've been touched that way, don't be ashamed. Tell someone you trust, like your parents, your doctor, your teacher, or counselor, or your minister or rabbi.
Right, Orko?
Right on!
And now our resident sidekick with another amazing prediction. Maybe he'll predict who Mr. Lobo's next sidekick will be. Greetings, my friends. Once again, it is I, the all-powerful and almighty Criswell. For years, I foretold the almost unbelievable, related the unreal, and proven it all to be more than fact. We are all interested in the future, because that is where you and I are going to spend the rest of our lives, whether we want to or not. So let us remember the past, honor the present, and be amused by the future. I predict all conventional forms of food will be replaced by a pharmaceutical capsule, just one of which will provide all of your nutritional needs for an entire day. While hailed as a solution to world hunger, the invention will cause consternation among college fraternities who dislike beer kegs filled with pills. Restaurants will struggle with liability claims caused by eye injuries as patrons fail to cut their pills with forks and knives and instead send them pinging across the room. But never fear, my friends. Virtual reality will save the day as old-fashioned sustenance returns in the form of a new zero-calorie diet food. Digestible holograms, which I understand are 3D-licious. Time is eternal. It is a ribbon with no beginning and no end. The past is just a continuation of the future, and that ribbon is wrapped tightly around your present. So may this knowledge of tomorrow entertain you, inform you, and empower you with success today. Good night, my dearest friend. And may God help us in the future. Enlightening as always, Criswell. And now back to a film almost exactly like Terror in the Haunted House, only half as many subliminal messages and twice as much sleep learning. The Screaming Skull.
You going to be able to catch a plane tonight?
When we get into town, I will call Mr. Noir. He'll arrange a midnight plane.
Thought there'd be more time. Time for so many wonderful things.
It's gonna be all right.
Of course.
It's just me.
It's gonna be all right.
Good evening, my dear. Mrs. Snow's hens thought you might like some fresh eggs for your breakfast in the morning. Hello, Eric.
This is a surprise.
Those hens labored mightily, as you can see.
Fine, I'll take them.
You'll excuse me, dear. What is it, Eric?
I've got to take Jenny away. That hospital she was in before.
It happened again?
I thought it would help her if we got rid of that portrait. You know the one.
Yes.
Oh, we burned it. She saw a skull in the ashes.
You were there?
I saw nothing, of course.
Of course.
Now, I thought it was Mickey. But when I was there myself and I saw her... Mr. Snow, there's something I've never told you. I've never told anybody. But when Jenny was put away in that hospital, she tried to do away with herself. I'm terribly afraid.
You think she might try it again?
I know she will. Unless I get her back to that hospital.
When are you going?
Tonight.
We shall miss you. Mrs. Snow and I have grown very fond of Jenny.
Yes, and she of you.
I don't suppose you'll be coming back here again, Eric?
No. Never.
I'll miss him and his wife. He's very kind.
Yes?
When I said goodbye to him just now, he tried to talk me out of what I saw.
Oh.
He said he felt the skull was real. He's going to bring some men in the morning to search the estate.
Where?
Everywhere. He was just talking, trying to be kind.
I suppose.
I'll go upstairs and pack. You want to come with me?
I'll be up in a minute. Where's that skull? You saw me put it in the pond. You must have. Where is it?
I don't know.
Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me.
Where
is it?
I don't know.
Tell me the truth. You took it. Tell me. Tell me.
Didn't take it.
Who?
Not me.
Who?
Mary took it. Mary took it.
You and your Mary.
said that he didn't see it when Jenny saw it.
I know.
Oh, but why should Eric lie like that?
Mickey, those other times with the skull, did you do it?
No.
Mickey, you've never lied to me before. Lying is a sin. You understand that? You must not lie to me now. Did you do it, Mickey, all those other times?
No.
I simply do not understand that. If it wasn't Mickey,
And it wasn't her imagination.
but why would Eric do such a thing?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, what do you think we should do about it?
We're going back there, to that house.
Right.
Mickey?
The fascinating Max de Winter lives on the screen in the person of Laurence Olivier.
Why, it's Max de Winter.
How do you know? The shy, unsophisticated young girl who dared to follow in the footsteps of the beautiful Rebecca is portrayed by lovely Joan Fontaine.
How could I ask you to love me when I knew you loved Rebecca still? Whenever you touched me, I knew you were comparing me with Rebecca.
What is the mystery of Rebecca? What dread secret is hidden within the silent walls of Manderley?
It's not only in this room. It's in all the rooms in the house. You can almost hear it now. Do you think the dead come back and watch the living?
There is mystery, love, and laughter in Rebecca, the motion picture still unsurpassed for suspenseful romance.
This is a special announcement for the uninitiated. Join the sleepless nights of Insomnia with our brand new Cinema Insomnia Fan Club Kit. Lifetime membership includes the new plastic decoder membership card and the world's fanciest and most detailed official certificate of membership. A larger Cinema Insomnia Fan Club pin back button. A randomly selected 8x10 signed by Mr. Lobo. The classic black and white 4x6 of Mr. Lobo. And you still get the free plastic November Fire decoder ring while supplies last. Best of all, you will be an official Sinsomniac or sleepless night of insomnia. Join our secret society today and prove that you're better than other people and that they're not bad movies, just misunderstood.
Mercury is on OSI 74.
There's my move. Bet you didn't expect that.
So let us remember the past, honor the present, and be amused by the future.
I predict that you will invest in a piece of film history. The original black backdrop for night scenes in the 1959 cult classic Plan 9 from Outer Space was amazingly found in quality studios during the making of a documentary. 1.5 to 2 inch squares were affixed to a certificate of authenticity signed by Plan 9 actor Conrad Brooks and Buddy Barnett of cult movies. This is a limited edition collectible, and when they're gone, they're gone. A must for every Ed Wood fan. Order yours today for only $29.99. Free shipping in the US. Can you prove it didn't happen? Order today, only $29.99. Visit us at osi74.com or call us at 1-321-252-4577.
You left him for dead in Konami's Castlevania. How foolish to presume he'd perish without leaving a curse. For now, in Simon's quest for Nintendo, fate stalks your very being, and you'll need more than clues from cowardly villagers to survive when day turns into night. But just keep telling yourself it's only a video game. It's only a... Huh?
What a mess. Why does everyone we bring on the set have spook fever? Well, everyone except you, Cogorella. I don't think Miss Mittens would want to be remembered like this. You know, perhaps we just should forget about her entirely. You want to play some Clue? Good. Well, too bad we don't have the Newly Dead game, huh? All right, well, while we pull out our game pieces here and try to guess what's what, why don't you make your final accusations and unravel the conclusion to the screaming skull?
Mickey? Eric and I are leaving, Mickey. I'd like to say goodbye. I'd like to leave as your friend, Mickey. Mickey? Mickey?
Jenny, are you all right? Oh, Jenny.
Eric tried.
Where is Eric?
Don't.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'll find him.
It's all right. Edward, now be careful. Shh. It's all right, darling. Oh, it's all right. Oh, it's all right. Don't cry. Come on.
Eric! Eric! Please answer me! Eric! Eric! Eric, where are you? Eric! Eric!
Eric.
Why did he do it?
Your money. The question is now, did Marion die in an accident? I suppose we'll never know.
They're gone. Rest.
All right. Methinks Mr. Lobo has figured out which 3 cards are in that comically tidy manila envelope. I accuse Reverend Snow of committing the crime in the breakfast nook with the non-dairy creamer. Well, the big reveal of the movie is basically, wow, the big jerk is a bigger jerk than we thought. Well, that was a fun little dose of late 50s nihilism, and nobody said sit on it. Cogarella? Cogarella acting weird. Where are you going? Cogarella? Oh no! 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 Thanks for watching Cinema Insomnia. Help! No! Wow. I know. What did you think about that, huh, Miss Mittens? I know you died in it. I've died like, how many times have we died on the show?
You've probably each died at least 5 times.
I think
you died, yeah.
Yeah, at least.
Spoilers. You both died tonight.
Yeah, that's true. We both died tonight, but I think we probably at least died a dozen times on the show.
Probably.
We're like cartoon characters.
It might be funny to eventually do a smash cut that just goes between all of the deaths in a loop.
Maybe we could have like a Doctor Strange moment where someone sees all the different ends of Mr. Lobo. There's only one Lobo that totally survives or something. There's 14 million dead Mr. Lobos.
Imply that each one is just a different dimensions Lobo.
Yeah.
These aren't the same person.
Boy, that would... Our timeline is already so convoluted. Dixie, your friend Dixie, my wife Dixie, is in this episode as a couple of characters. She is, most well known as Cogorella. That character was introduced in the Haunted House special, which was on Zombie TV. And Cogorella is a gorilla. And then she was also Slappy, which was the sidekick for another horror host that we have yet to show on the program called Uncle Spooky Pants.
Yeah, I was going to say, wasn't this the first mention of his full show's name?
Yeah.
Uncle Spooky Pants' Horror
House of Pancakes, something like that. So yeah, Uncle Spooky Pants is, that was kind of like code for the kind of horror host I didn't really want to be, but I think it might end up being a character on the show. The other thing about that episode is that we did shoot it at Zombie TV, but it was not completed.
Yeah.
And Zombie TV ended, and we decided to start our own network, OSI 74. And we had all of the material of the episode. Aaron ended up editing the episode, and it pretty much launched with the channel. So this episode kind of represents the beginning of the OSI 74 era.
Yeah, Halloween 2015.
Halloween 2015. Wow, it's been that long.
Yeah.
Jeez. And we're still here, and we're having fun, aren't we? We have a mail sack that is so full. Mr. Lobo's mail sack is bulging tonight. We got some amazing things from I'm assuming amazing things, from our viewers. Bulky things. You guys have been, I know we talk a lot about donations, but only because you guys keep sending us things. And I mean, thank you, but it's amazing. It's overwhelming, and we certainly appreciate it. So we got some things here. If you want to send something to Mr. Lobo, you can send it to the P.O. Box, Mr. Lobo, care of OSI, Box 74, at Glen, Pennsylvania, 19310. So that's how you get anything to me. You want to send cleverly concealed cash or fan art or whatever this kind of thing is.
And if you buy something off the Amazon list, it just automatically ships it here.
Yeah. So if you get anything off the Amazon list, we get it. If you don't want to deal with Amazon and you just want
to mail it to the address,
send us a roll of quarters or whatever you want, we'll take it. Just send it to the address. Okay, so this looks like it's from Amazon. Can't tell who it's from, but we're just gonna...
Yeah, if they buy it off the list, they're anonymous unless they have a note added.
Can't trying to get in here.
Yeah, it just addresses everything to me at OSI HQ. So if you want us to call you out, you gotta remember to add the note.
All right. Oh my gosh, Aaron, you are going to be so excited.
Oh, finally we have wireless mic packs.
Look at that. Wireless mic packs. Evolution Wireless G4.
No more cable dangling to a deck underneath the rocking chair.
Portable lavalier mic set for professional video sound.
Well, you say I'm excited, but now you can take a break without having to get untangled from a bunch of cords and stuff.
Now, I don't see any note or anything as to who it's from. This is a good point to mention. If you leave you can like add a note.
You can add a gift note.
Add a gift note.
Who you are.
Then we can thank you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we can just say thank you.
Yeah, or shoot us a private message if you see see us open the thing and we're like, we don't know who this is from.
Thank you, our Dark Lord Cthulhu, for giving us this. Anyway, thank you so much, whoever you are.
Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
like $500 or $600.
Yeah, so this is a really big deal.
Yeah,
it's like
that's like name brand.
I'm like scared to hold this because it's like this is like holding $600.
Like your gin in the pan. painting last week where it was careening off the back and you hear glass break.
People were very worried about that. Mr. Lobo's kind of a butterfingers. That's why I've got a lot of people handling things for me.
If it helps everybody, I added the crash noise in post for dramatic effect.
Yeah, the picture's fine. The portrait's fine. This one is really huge too. Let's see here. I don't know what this could be. Oh well, it does say Avengers: Infinity War right here, so I have a pretty good idea what's in this thing.
Prop from the Amazon list that's Avengers related. I think I know what it is.
Getting through these a lot faster than my unboxing videos that I do with Paul. On YouTube, there's a Mr. Lobo YouTube, and I do unboxings and then reboxings. I put everything back in the box. But I don't think we're putting this back in the box, Aaron. I think this thing it's from Loki Star. Gee, I wonder what this guy would have made. All right, oh my goodness. Let's see if I can get my hand up in it.
Mr. Lobo might have to put that back on again at some point in the show, in the series.
Now I have all my power. Let's see if I can do this. I'm Mr. Lobo. You're not dreaming. This is the Infinity Gauntlet. Aaron has written this into an upcoming episode because he's a nerd. But this is going to be an amazing. And I guess if I can kind of snap my fingers. I'm going to have to practice. Holding this thing.
But this is one that you can actually operate all the fingers on. It's not like little like rings
and now
inside.
we got the Iron Man one and this one. This is unbelievable. It's like I feel like a kid on Christmas morning. Again, I do not see anything in here that tells me who this is from. So again,
Santa.
Santa, obviously. This is the kind of one. This is
from someone even nerdier than us.
This is the kind of present that your parents end up fighting over afterwards, right? Why did you get him that?
Yeah.
But I guess all of these things come off here. They turn on and off. This one, I think, they go out there on a timer, so I think you can actually turn them on and off. Godzilla has a brain about this size. He's pure brute force. While Kong is a thinking animal. His brain's considerably larger. But anyhow, this here is the Infinity Gauntlet. We wrote it into a skit.
Yeah.
And because we can't afford it, we put it on our Amazon wish list. And one of you got this for us. So thank all of you. Thank you, Sleepless Nights, for propping Mr. Lobo up with toothpicks, making the show look great. This is amazing. I want to play with this a lot.
You just gotta make sure that doesn't, like, there's a crash and breaking sound before it ever gets on camera.
Why don't you get yourself something expensive during tonight's intermission?
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm Vincent Price, and you're invited to my party in the house on Haunted Hill, where so far the ghosts have murdered only 7 people. So won't you come and make it 8? You'll see human heads without bodies. Mysterious pools of blood dripping from the ceiling. The walls move slowly in against you. Don't try to escape, you can't. You ready, dear?
No.
Are you ready, dear?
Yes, damn you.
The ghosts are waiting, so won't you join me in the house on Haunted Hill? Hurry, or you'll be late for your own funeral.
Here's magic, popcorn magic. Only hot, fresh, perfectly seasoned popcorn can satisfy that movie time popcorn craving. So if you like popcorn, you'll really like ours. We start with the best and make it better. Get plenty for everybody, now.
40 leading publications love 2XL. He asks the questions, you push buttons to answer.
You must not disobey me.
A uniquely educational toy.
Do not make me destroy you.
Plays any 8-track cartridges. Teenagers love him. Adults can't resist him.
I will follow you to the end of the galaxy and annihilate you.
2XL, now 36 tapes for all age groups by Mego.
Now I have all my power.
What is it? Hey, why it's Buttercup. Popcorn adds butter to hot popcorn. Mix it up, wrap it up, Buttercup is born.
It's delicious.
So nutritious.
It's a taste delight.
It's so munchy,
Crisp and crunchy.
you'll enjoy each bite. Eat butter-drenched Buttercup, popcorn at its best.
Served in a king-size cup.
It beats all the rest.
Like you, I love to shred. But even a hardcore skate punk like myself eats it sometimes.
I was hella f***ed up. I was tripping balls.
Even if you were hella f***ed up or tripping balls, I can help. I am not a poser. I really mean that. I am not a poser. I'm Rad Abrams, skateboard attorney.
Brad was so cool. He got me off when I ollied that lady's baby, and he got me these Tide Pods.
What in the hell does he want these for?
Yo, Internet.
Don't delay. Call Rad Abrams and Associates today. Look for our ad in Pressure Magazine.
Follow me on Instagram. Later days, brothers.
Hey there, ladies and gentlemen, guys and ghouls, rat packers and Mickey Mouse clubbers, G-men and B-girls. Welcome to the Mr. Lobo Experience. And now, without further ado, but with insincere apologies to Ray Dennis Steckler and Hanna-Barbera, I present to you the incredibly strange creatures.
Laser beams are drilling. I'm holding my head, but I don't even feel it. Zombies out for killing, but I'm not scared at all, cause I've already seen it. Nothing else matters to me. I'm watching TV, and I'm staying up late. I'm watching TV. I'm watching TV, and I'm feeling okay. Vampire girls are looking for the to eat it. Nothing else matters to me. I'm watching TV, and I'm staying up late. I'm watching TV. I'm watching TV, and I'm feeling okay. I'm watching movies till dawn, or if there's nothing on, I say they're not bad movies, just misunderstood.
Attention, Insomniacs. Mr. Lobo must warn you that tonight's feature was used by the local poison control center to induce vomiting. Don't stay up late. It's not worth it.
Godzilla has a brain about this size. Because all you of Earth are idiots. Idiots.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet. The whole world is under attack.
And a psychotic cavalcade of electrifying horror.
Nothing else matters to me. I'm watching TV, and I'm staying up late. I'm watching TV. I'm watching TV, and I'm feeling okay. I'm watching TV.
Skeletor saved at Money's supermarket. And now, he feels epic!
Baby, look at me and tell me what you see. I can catch the moon in my hand. Don't you know who I am? I'm gonna live forever. I'm gonna learn how to fly. I feel it coming together. Baby, remember my name.
By the power of Grayskull! Skeletor, you're so money supermarket.
Hope you enjoyed tonight's intermission. I am still your host, Mr. Lobo. My lovely co-host, Miss Mittens. There's a lot to be said about tonight's double feature. If you're just tuning in, of course, you missed Screaming Skull. But don't worry, we're showing Terror in the Haunted House, which is pretty much
the same movie.
Yeah, pretty much the same movie. When we filmed the episode, there's a couple of things that are kind of interesting. When we did Screaming Skull, we got to kind of work with, kind of brushed elbows with Mystery Science Theater. We got to be fully integrated with creature features for Terror in the Haunted House. Mr. Lobo grew up on creature features. Bob Wilkins was the host. He was my idol. I got to meet him as an adult while working on Cinema Insomnia. And we had Bob Wilkins on Cinema Insomnia from Creature Features. John Stanley was the second host of Creature Features in the 80s. We've had John Stanley on the show from Creature Features, but we've never had Mr. Lobo on Creature Features. We've always had Creature Features hosts on Cinema Insomnia. There is a brand new Creature Features that is running now. The host is Vincent Van Dahl, and it is fully authorized by the Wilkins estate. It has the involvement of John Stanley, who was the second host, and really the golden seal of approval of all the true Creature Features fans out there. I was very fortunate when we were visiting out in California to be on 2 episodes of Creature Features. We filmed, was it City of the Dead?
City of the Dead. That's the one that was you, me, and Dixie,
and I
right?
think House on Haunted Hill, right?
I believe that was you and John Stanley, right?
Yeah. So we did 2 episodes on Creature Features, and
And you can watch them both on the Roku
They
OSI
are on the
74.
OSI 74 Roku. So, and it was and the John episode. I mean, it was great to do one with Dixie and Aaron, but it was amazing to have 3 horror hosts all hosting the same movie. We had Vincent Van Dahl, John Stanley, and Mr. Lobo all together in the Creature Features mansion.
And to be on camera with John and not get punched in the face for once.
I think we're cuddling by the end of that episode. You know, John is so sweet, and he, despite the fact that I probably deserve it, he does not want to punch me in the face. That is something that
you make him do it
yeah,
every
I
time.
have written that into the show a few times, but it is a struggle because he really doesn't want to. He doesn't want to be that. He doesn't
and I
want
even
to do
suggested it for the Creature Features, but...
So anyhow, after we filmed the 2 episodes, Vincent Van Dahl was kind enough to invite us back to the Creature Features mansion to create an episode of Cinema Insomnia. And of course, not procrastinating at all, we got ourselves to a position to where that offer was standing there to shoot in the Creature Features mansion. And we pretty much had to do it right at that moment, or that window was going to close.
Yeah, I think we knew about it about a week ahead of time, and we kept planning on writing it, but we had so many other things going on that we were just exhausted and never did it.
That was in the middle of our West Coast tour. We had the 2 live shows. We'd done Sinister Creature Con. So I don't know.
Intergalactic
Expo, Psychotronic. There was so many things that were going on at that same time. So, you know, we knew we could probably freestyle an episode, but we didn't even know really what movie we were going to do.
Yeah, I think we picked that out while we were there.
So we went over into, I went over into a room by myself, and I don't know, 20 minutes or something. I had to quickly come up with a premise, and then we worked on the episode together. Myself and Aaron and Vincent Van Dahl.
Yeah.
And Vincent Van Dahl's participation in this episode is behind the camera. He is really like working with us to make the episode. He's almost functioning as more like a producer.
He could have been a producer or director of photography because he was setting up some of the camera angles and tweaking the lighting and everything.
And he's credited as
the gaffer. There's one thing behind the camera he'd never been credited with before, so he wanted to be the gaffer.
So he got to have his dream come true
of being
the gaffer. I got to have my dream come true of being on the set of Creature Features and sitting in Bob Wilkins' original chair.
I feel like one of you got a better end of that deal.
But we also got to work with Tangela and Livingston, who were the co-hosts of Creature Features, Vincent Van Dahl's co-hosts.
Yeah, they're great.
And they're great in the episode, and I die in the episode. Not spoilers, but so we're both dying. I mean, I'm dying right now for this audience, but I do die in the episode, just like Dixie, Miss Mittens did. I don't think Dixie's ever died in an episode. I think it's in her contract that she can't die in an episode. She died in Plan 9, though. Dixie died in Plan 9. So when you're watching the show tonight, make sure to pay special attention because this movie, Terror in the Haunted House, is in Psychorama. And Psychorama is basically subliminal messages that just pop in just below your perception throughout the film. And originally, it just seemed like the same 4 goofy faces and some
like madball faces
and some weird stuff like
some weird text,
like what, kill yourself.
I think it says something like "kill yourself" in one of them.
So
rent rhino videos every day.
Rent rhino videos every day. So Aaron swapped a few of those out for some other goofy faces.
They're really repetitive, so
that you might recognize.
Whenever they duplicated, I took them out and touched it up a little bit. So some familiar goofy faces may pop up.
Yeah, and all throughout the whole episode, there's a lot of subliminal messages.
Yeah.
So if you pay attention, you might see some shenanigans throughout the episode. So without any further ado, it is Mr. Lobo's pleasure to introduce the episode. But before one more quick thing, one of you out there tonight, this is not a subliminal message. One of you out there tonight will win this DVD of The Screaming Skull. I'm going to be watching. You have to be there. You have to be present to win. So you have to be the very end of this movie. Preferably, we want to give this to someone who was here for both films. But I will accept nominations during the film if you think that someone has earned this. And I will be weighing it. Well, there'll be several factors, but someone's going to win this tonight. And now, Mr. Lobo's Cinema Insomnia Fans Group Watch Party Screaming Terror Double Feature proudly presents Terror in the Haunted House.
Welcome to Channel 2's version of Saturday Night Fever.
I've never heard of the Bob Wilkins show, but if he shows my films, God bless him and long life to him.
I want to thank you also for the way in which you treated the Star Trek phenomenon.
I'm doing a play. I relax.
For the first annual Monster Movie Game Quiz Show. First time ever on television, maybe the last time. This is one of the saddest nights since they took Bowling for Dollars off of Channel 5. Remember?
You are under my power. Look into the hypnotic eye.
You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema. Insomnia.
We are the survivors of a disintegrated solar system.
Tell this to everybody wherever they are. Watch the sky. Everywhere. Keep looking. Keep watching the sky.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet. Please assume the position. Repeat after Mr. Lobo.
You see? Your stupid mind. Stupid.
You're watching cinema. Insomnia.
You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia. Tonight's feature is presented through the miracle of Psychorama. We suggest that viewers who are extremely suggestible to suggestion might get indigestion from a subliminal sub-sandwich. I'm your suggested horror host, Mr. Lobo, as far as you know. And this is my lovely co-host, Miss Mittens. Miss Mittens, did you just say something? No? You didn't just say something just now. That's weird. All right, sorry. Subliminal literally means below the threshold of conscious perception. When a concept is introduced in this way, supposedly your rational mind has little defense. Some deny that there are subliminal suggestions anymore, Thirsty. Supposedly, this was banned in the UK and the United States, right, Thirsty? It really doesn't work anyway, right, Thirsty? You know, they did that stuff in the 50s and it's banned, and people will assure you, Thirsty, Coca-Cola, popcorn. Tonight's feature, though, employs this exact psychotronic technique used by the US military and Madison Avenue, but this time for dramatic effect. In this film by Alfred Hitchcock, set at a lonely roadside motel, actress Janet Leigh is hacked to pieces in her shower by an unhinged maniac. The words blood, murder, and scream are flashed on the screen for a fraction of a second, because you don't know they're there. Wait a second, because you are totally unaware that the words blood, murder, scream are there. Oh dear. I think Mr. Lobo just blew it. Ruined it. I mean, they're not subliminal messages if you know what they say and when they happen in the film. The deep psychological effect would then be rendered impotent. Are there any other scenes in this Psycho movie that employ this technique? No. Well then, I mean, is there any point? I mean, if we can't show off the Psycho-rama, with this Psycho film, I mean, Psycho, that sounds like a terrible, stupid movie anyway. I've never heard of it. Do we have any other Psycho-rama films around here? Anything? Well, I got a list of films here. What about this Terror in the Haunted House, a.k.a. My World Dies Screaming? Now that sounds like a good movie. Can we put that on? Great. All right. Fantastic. Well, direct from our suggestion box, for the first time on Cinema Insomnia, starring Gerald Moore from Angry Red Planet. He must pick his roles based on the titles. My Screaming Terror Died in the Haunted House, or whatever, in Psycho-rama.
Of the old trees, I see the house again. It sits there waiting for me. Silent, malignant, a place of unspeakable horror. There is no one there now. On a mailbox beside the driveway, I can make out the name of the people who lived there once. Tierney. But the Tierneys must have all gone away a long time ago. And the house stands like a moldering tombstone to a world that died. There is an old-fashioned knocker on the door. An unseen hand always opens the door for me. Always go up the shadowy stairway as if I know exactly where to find the answer to what has drawn me here. It's behind a little unmarked door. Some unearthly power swings it open to receive me. I look up that narrow, dusty stairway, and for a moment that is so brief, so filled with terror that my mind cannot hold on to it, I know why I had to come to this place. Did I go up the stairs this time, Doctor?
No, it was the same as before. You almost bring yourself to see the truth, and then you...
But what truth? All I know is that death in its most hideous form waits for me at the top of those stairs.
That's not all you know, Mrs. Justin. You hold the answer deep within your own mind. Consciously, you've forgotten it. That's the way the human mind works. Whenever something is too unpleasant, too shameful for us to entertain, we reject it. We erase it from our memory. But the imprint is always there. Nothing is ever really forgotten.
But don't all of us do things we're ashamed of?
We wouldn't be human if we hadn't.
And I'm quite human, Doctor. But there's nothing in my past that I couldn't tell my husband or that I haven't told you. I have never seen that house except in my dream. I can't connect it with any place or anyone I've ever known.
You're an orphan.
Yes,
You've lived most of your life here in Switzerland.
yes. I was sent here as a child for my health.
Incipient tuberculosis, from which you made a complete recovery.
I'm strong as an ox now.
Those 2 years in the sanitarium, it's not a very happy time, was it?
I don't have a very clear recollection of them now.
These nightmares resumed about 6 weeks ago.
Yes?
You've been married about the same length of time.
You're on the wrong track there, Doctor. I told Philip everything. It made very dull telling, I assure you.
And now he's taken you back to America.
Yes,
You're happy about this, of course.
I couldn't be happier. I love Switzerland, but after all, America's my real home.
Well, perhaps it's for the best. These dreams may have some associations for you here in Switzerland. If so, I think it's quite possible you may leave these behind, too. At least we hope so.
Well, that's certainly good news, Doctor. Dr. Farrell,
Yes?
you don't believe there's really any connection between my dreams and my marriage, do you?
No, I merely noted the coincidence.
But several times you suggested Philip come to see you. Why?
I do that in most cases, Mrs. Justin. Sometimes the husband can be very helpful.
Well, I know he always intended to come, but he had such a short time in Switzerland, and he loves to go up in the mountains alone.
Mrs. Justin, your husband came to see me 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yes, I believe it slipped my mind. Was it helpful, Doctor?
I believe you've known your husband a very short time.
Yes. We had what you call in America a whirlwind romance.
Then whatever's causing these dreams occurred a long time before you met Philip Justin.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Bye, Mrs. Justin.
And thank you for helping me.
All right, Miss Mittens, I know I was supposed to just pick you up, okay? But, I mean, nobody else was home, and this was just like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I mean, I am here in the Creature Features mansion, all right? I'm sitting in Bob Wilkins' chair. I mean, this is incredible. Okay, yeah, I did break it out of the secret vault. But, you know, you have to make sure it still works, right? So we're just trying it out. I'll put it back, okay? You know, and we had the gear in the car. I just thought we would just film a quick Cinema Insomnia episode, you know. But there's nothing wrong inherently with what we're doing here. Oh, did you hear somebody? Oh. Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
Hey, it's time for Funny Face!
Howdy! Grapes, the name. Goofy Grape. Though why they call me Goofy, I don't know. Yes, sir. I'm one of the new Funny Face drinks from Pillsbury.
Funny Face is banter drink!
One of the new Funny Face drinks. Here's what you do. You pour me into a pitcher, add water, don't add sugar. I'm already sweet when you buy me. You can drink all you want. Mom won't mind. 'Cause look, Mom, I'm pre-sweetened without sugar. And so are my friends. Engine Orange. Oh. Rootin' Tootin' Raspberry.
Yahoo!
Freckle-faced strawberry.
Hi.
Chinese cherry. And loudmouth lime. Hello, hello, hello. Look for us at your store. Funny-faced drinks from Pillsbury.
Funny faces for two drinks.
We're sweet without sugar, so no sugar mess.
How now, brown cow? British agent Bunny Galore speaking. You're watching OSI 74.
Our producers need a lot of help.
If you like what they do and what they do works for you, why not consider putting a little something in their thank jar?
Oh, you can buy crack from me.
Our producers receive 100% of the tips in their thank jar.
Reach for the sky. Support OSI.
Aaron M. Lane is an editor, producer, and archivist for Cinema Insomnia, hosted by Mr. Lobo. He has spent countless hours preparing and restoring episodes for OSI 74. Send funds online now. Go to paypal.me/lanefilmltd. That's paypal.me/lanefilmltd.
Here we have a quiet little motel, when in fact it has now become known as the scene of the crime.
You have a vacancy?
Oh, we have 12 vacancies.
You know, this is the first place that looks like it's hiding from the world.
I think that we're all in our private traps, clamped in them. And none of us can ever get out.
Is anyone at home?
Oh, that must be my mother.
Is anything wrong?
Am I acting as if there's something wrong?
She's not missing so much as she's run away.
Put me down. Mother! Oh, God! Mother!
What are you running away from?
She looked like a wrong one to you?
It's not as if she were a maniac. She just goes a little mad sometimes.
Why, she wouldn't even harm a fly.
Are we alone? I thought I heard something. Okay, good. Tonight's feature is deliberately paced, black and white, has a lot of forced dialogue, and more stupid flashing faces than a Silver Shamrock commercial. I'm going to have to ask you all, as I have in the past, to take the Insomniac's oath. Please assume the position. You're not going to do the spinner? Really? You're just going to refuse. I don't know why you can't play along. Okay, it's real easy. You open the thing like this, and you just turn it. You won't. Fine. Okay, all right. We're going to have a long talk in the car on the way home. Okay, I'm going to do this myself. Please assume the position and repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie, so help me, Mr. Lobo. Let me stand down. No thanks to you. And now, Gerald Moore tries to survive in a haunted house on only 2 bottles of scotch and 3 packs of cigarettes a day. In tonight's feature, 1,000 Terrors in the Haunted Mansion in 3D and Psychorama.
Darling, I'm back. I've got everything. Tickets, passports, money, smallpox certificates. What about customs declarations?
I'll give them to you on the plane. You'll have hours to fill them out.
I'll be too excited. What did I do with the tickets?
You got them right in your hand.
I can see you're going to be very useful to have around.
Oh, you have no idea.
I'm glad we'll be flying at night. We can neck all the way across the Atlantic.
You don't have to wait that long. Used to be a gag I pulled at college. We would take a girl down to the airport, bus depot, station, and watch the train or plane pull out. And then we'd kiss the girl goodbye. Only she wouldn't be going anywhere. But nobody would know that.
All right, who was she?
Oh, that was long ago.
Come on, I told Dr. Farrell I confessed all to you. Now it's your turn.
How was the session with Farrell?
No change. Now he tells me the dreams are caused by something scandalous I did and then forgot. Well, aren't you worried, darling? I may have a perfectly dreadful past neither one of us knows about.
I don't believe you ever went to a station to watch the train pull out.
You're so smug. These Swiss boys know a few tricks, too.
Well, all they ever did to you was yodel. First time I kissed you, your nose got in the way. Oh, you're learning.
Keep on teaching, Professor. Philip.
What is it, you had a dream?
No, I wasn't sleeping. I just remembered something awful. I forgot to have the initials in my luggage changed.
Well, it'll get through customs anyway.
But they're all marked SW. Your family might think we're not married.
I don't have any family, Sheila.
Well, you never told me that, Philip. So much I don't know about you.
Doesn't matter.
Not really. But I want to know everything you did before you met me. What you do, where you come from, how you got along without me all these years.
All these years I've been looking for you. I try to get some sleep.
All right. Philip.
Yes?
Why didn't you tell me you went to see Dr. Farrell?
I did tell you. Don't you remember?
No. I guess I didn't hear you. We're lost, aren't we?
No. No, it's the right road.
It's creepy looking. I wish we'd stayed in New York.
You need a quiet place where you can rest for a couple of weeks.
You make me sound like an invalid.
Well, you did have that dream again last night.
Yes.
Sheila, what is it? What's wrong?
It's the house. The one in my dreams.
Nonsense, it can't be. You said you've never been in Florida before. How could you have seen it?
I never saw it before, but that's the house. Oh, Philip, I'm frightened.
It's an old, empty house. Why are you afraid of a house?
I don't know. Whatever's inside, it's horrible. I don't know what it is.
There's nothing to be afraid of. An empty house can't hurt you.
But it's the same house.
You know that's impossible. Look, you dreamed of an old house. The first one you see reminds you of it. You simply made the transference in your mind. You've got to be sensible. You can't dream about a place you've never seen.
It's exactly the same. There's trees. Storm windows. That must be the attic.
Every old house has an attic.
Do we have to go in there?
Yes. It'll be good for you. Once you realize there's nothing in there that can hurt you, the dream will go away. Decide, darling. I'll be with you every minute.
Jeepers, look at all this mail. I don't think we ever have gotten this many letters, Miss Mittens. This is incredible. I mean, does he ever read these? Okay, well let me see. I'm gonna try one out here. Okay. Welcome back. We're doing another Insomniac mail sack, and this one's from Ted in Castro Valley, and it goes something like this. Dear Happy Gang at Creature Features Insomnia, since the draft was encountered back in June of 1971, when age 5, most Russians enjoyed watching Bob Wilkins' Creature Features, as well as the forward years with John Stanley, however, not as much as whom were the KGB in 1974. When age 8, within the summer of 1974, 8-year-old whom saw the draft back in 1971, followed by the KGB in Castro Valley, those KGB agents stated they enjoyed watching Creature Features while asking questions about what was seen in Canada during the draft back in June of 1971. When John Stanley's Creature Features went off the air in 1984, most viewers in the Soviet Union were shedding tears. When age 23 in 1989, the word was the Soviet Union was going to air their own Creature Features until a new Russia was brought forward. The program was never produced. Word has it that in today's Russia, most Russians enjoy watching your show. Those bad movies, now Ted, they're not bad movies, just misunderstood. Reminds Russia of their own crap movies. In Russia, Creature Features is rated number 1. The draft was encountered in June of 1971. The KGB and several others were following, asking a series of questions. Remember East Berlin GDR? Their agents were following too. Ted J. Well, thanks for that, Ted. We'll forward this to the proper authorities. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back.
It's the kind of house they don't build anymore.
What do you want from us?
What's all going wrong? We have to do something.
I'm coming apart! Oh, Mother of God, I'm coming apart!
28 days after the Lutz family moved into their dream house, they were running for their lives. What happened to them is an experience in terror you will never forget, and you will believe in the Amityville Horror. From the best-selling book that made millions believe in the unbelievable.
The Custom Monsters are back. Mummy Daddy-O and his pals return with more happening hipster hijinks, with kicking cartoons, cutting-edge tunes, and the cream of custom culture. Saturday mornings on OSI.
It's Ratbashers TV.
Hello there.
We're going to show short films, music videos, sketches. It's going to be the bomb. Yeah, I said the bomb. Nowhere else. Right here. Don't even look. Hey, you don't want to watch our show? That's why no one asked you to prom. Oh, hell to the no. And the best thing about Ratbashers TV is it's free, so you get what you pay for. Oh, hold on. No, never mind that. Only here on OSI 74. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This guy taking us down the deep, dark mine shaft of perversion. We're crying out loud.
So, all right, what are our goals? What do we want to do? We have a whole channel. We have the fans out there who are waiting to see what we're going to do next. What do we want to do?
More stuff.
Greetings, this is Mr. Lobo. In a few weeks, I'll be a guest here on Creature Features. I hope you join us, and Livingston hopes you'll tune in as well.
Personally, I plan to be in the Bahamas.
Just in time for hurricane season. Nice. See you then.
That'll help scare away anybody who tries to steal the secret formula for Kellogg's Sugar Frosted Flakes cereal.
Steal it?
Well, after all, the formula makes Frosted Flakes a delicious part of this nutritious breakfast.
The secret taste of Frosted Flakes makes Tony say,
They're great!
Tony, he almost stole the formula.
I'd say he didn't have a ghost of a chance.
And now it's time for Trivia in Cinema. In tonight's feature, funny faces worthy of a gross-out trading card or mad balls are cut in randomly and conspicuously above subliminal perception, probably because it was illegal, but most likely because the producers were cashing in on what was a hot, controversial topic in the 50s. And speaking of cashing in, when the video came out, Mr. Lobo used to rent it all the time. And when I'd freeze frame the video, instead of some of those funny faces, it said, "Rent Rhino videos every day." Now, that subliminal suggestion didn't work on Mr. Lobo because our local video store was closed on Sundays. Adjust your tracking.
Let's return now to terror of a 2-day rental on 2 weeks late fees.
Here. I'm Jonah, the caretaker.
And I'm Justin, the new resident.
Oh, you come to the wrong place. This house ain't never rented.
It is now.
Well, they would have told me about it.
I've just told you we've rented the house. We're going to live here. Now you know. Lie down. Come on now.
Philip.
Don't be frightened, darling. I'll go out and get the bags. You wait right here.
My husband took the house on short notice. I'm sure you'll be notified by mail in a day or two.
There ain't been no mail here for the last 17 years.
It's been empty that long?
Mm-hmm.
Must have been a lovely home once. What happened to the people who lived here?
They went away. One by one, they went away, except me.
Isn't it lonely for you?
Lonely? No, it ain't lonely. I got my dog. You see, I'm waiting for them to come back. That's why I keep it like it was. For them.
For whom?
Well, the folks it belongs to. It's theirs. That's why I try to keep it looking nice.
What's their name?
You carry the bags upstairs and we decide which bedroom we're going to use.
Philip, this is the house. I know every step before I take it. I go up there. Along the railing to the left, there's a bedroom. Hideous wallpaper. Huge, awful-looking flowers on it.
You never mentioned going into a bedroom in your dream.
No, I didn't. Maybe I see it as I go past.
The door is closed. Sheila.
I told you, Philip. I told you what it was like. Now do you believe me? This is the house I dreamed about.
But why? Why do you dream about it? What does it mean to you?
It means I'm going to die here. Oh, Philip, take me away. I can't stay here. I can't. I'll go out of my mind.
All right, darling. We'll go away.
We've got a spare can of gasoline.
Isn't that? The tank's half full.
What's wrong?
It's been wrecked. The wires have been pulled out. The distributor cap is missing.
Jonah. Why? He tried to keep us from staying here. Why did he do it?
I don't know. For some reason he changed his mind.
Can't you repair it?
I could probably fix the wires, but without the distributor cap, we're stuck here.
Mad balls, gross for one, gross for all. We play with a mad ball, they're gross, funny, yucky, sick. There's 8, so you can take your pick. We throw, catch, it's fun. There's so much gross in every one.
Gross.
Freaky fun is what they're for. There's so much ugly, so much more. Gross for one, gross for all. We play with a mad ball. We play with a mad ball. We play with a mad ball. Mad ball.
Freaky fun for everyone, sold separately from Amtoy.
Mad ball.
Outer Space International. Bigger than TV. We're OSI 74. What if someone finally had the answers to all your burning questions? Should I shave my beard in 2017?
How do I feel
like a better person? How do I feel a better person in 2017?
How do I stop asking
inane questions about 2017? The answer is in one audio disc book tape. Mr. Lobo's Hypnosis for Hipsters will help you self-meditate your mega mental energy for better think smarts. Your juice will taste better. Your dreams more rectangular. You will finally bend to Mr. Lobo's will. Get Hypnosis for Hipsters today from Outer Space International. Only $19.99. Includes informative booklet and autographed photo of your self-help guru, Mr. Lobo, to inspire you in your most desperate times. Visit OSI74.com.
Look into the hypnotic eye.
Our goal is to satisfy your visual appetite and to give you a fix for your visual addiction.
Watching TV, and I'm feeling okay.
Well, hopefully we've shown you things you haven't seen before. Things that make you just go, what the hell was that all about?
Sometimes the world of the dead gets mixed up with the world of the living.
As you can see, the housework has been rather neglected since the servants disappeared almost a week ago.
Do you mean they just vanished?
Into thin air.
How do you do, children? I'm your new nanny.
Are you going to leave us too?
Why should I leave you?
The others said they wouldn't, but they did, and then it happened. Why have you opened the curtains? It was Victor.
You told your brother that there was someone else in the room.
There was.
That'll do, Anne.
I've seen them too. Sooner or later, she'll see them. Then everything will be different.
What do you want?
They're everywhere. They say this house is theirs.
No! Children!
Come here!
Run!
Can't you hear it? There's someone there.
Where is my daughter?
Are you mad? I am your daughter.
Miss Mittens, did you move the chair? You did. Okay, this is ridiculous. This is no time for jokes. Okay, we don't have a lot of time. Here we are. Yeah, I know Mr. Lobo's not supposed to be here, but you know, we don't have a lot of time, so let's just get it over with, okay? Just stop playing games. We're almost done. Okay, we're only on reel 4, but it won't take that long. Hi, Insomniacs. Let's return to reel 4 of 1,000 Terrors in 1,000 Haunted Houses on the Hill in 3D in Pajama-rama. Citizens on patrol.
Jonah.
The name is on the mailbox.
What?
You asked me who used to live here. You can still see the name on the mailbox.
Tierney. Why did they all leave?
Why? Nobody knows why they ever did anything. They was all the same. The whole family. Folks around here used to call them the Mad Tierneys. Didn't you know that?
No.
Then how come you know the name? You didn't see the name on the mailbox. I watched you come.
I don't know how I knew. Maybe I've been here before. A long time ago.
No. I would have remembered you. I've always been here. If you've been here before, I would have remembered.
Oh, vaguely familiar. Like something that happened when you're a small child.
What do you remember?
I'm not sure. I can see myself as a little girl playing in the grass. There was a boy. He was older than I was. I think I was in love with him. I think he carved our initials on the trunk of a tree. A big old palm tree. It's all so vague. I don't know where it came from.
I know every tree on this plantation. I would have seen them initials.
Maybe it was someplace just like this.
I thought I heard your voice.
Jonah came back.
Oh?
Well, he's gone again. I tried to keep him talking till you came down.
Did you ask him why he disabled the car?
I was afraid to. He acts so queer.
He's been living here alone too long.
I'm sorry there's no coffee. None of the stoves in here work.
Oh, this is fine.
Philip,
Yes?
did you bring that gun with you?
Yes, in my suitcase. Why?
I don't know. That dog frightens me. So does Jonah. I'll just feel better knowing you have it.
Sheila, what is it?
Philip! Philip!
What's wrong? Where were you?
Looking for you. I woke up and you were gone.
I couldn't sleep. I took a walk.
I tried to find you. And then that dog came after me. He's out there.
Stay here. Jonah! Lie down! Jonah! Get this animal out of here and tie him up.
Well, I had him locked up in the cell. Somebody must have let him out.
If anybody let him out, it was you. I'll take him back and tie him up. If he gets loose again, I'll shoot him.
Yes, sir. Come on, Jacket. Come with Jonah.
Everything's all right now. Don't worry. Whatever made you go prowling around in the dark?
There was someone looking in that window. A hideous, inhuman face. You weren't here. I was so frightened.
It had to be Jonah. There's no one else around here for miles. For some reason, he's trying to scare us away from here.
Why? He disabled our car to keep us here.
I don't know. I'm going to find out right now.
Philip.
Don't worry. Just lock the door. You'll be safe here. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right, but take your gun.
I can handle it.
You know, Miss Mittens, since that letter we opened a while back was a little off, why don't we open another letter? Since they've got so many. I mean, there's just sacks and sacks everywhere in mail. Let's just dig into another one. Let's do another Insomniac mail sack. Now, this one here is from Ted from Castro Valley, California. That sounds familiar for some reason. And Ted says, to those strange people at Insomnia, most of us viewers within Castro Valley enjoy watching your show. However, those old bad movies, now Ted, they're not bad movies, just misunderstood, are boring. We would like to see Tangela and Brad Miss Mittens. Miss Mittens. We would like to see Miss Mittens ride a motorcycle. Mr. Livingston grow a lot of hair. Aaron grow a lot of hair on his head. And Mr. Lobo, shave all of your hair off and become bald. Yeah, do it. Vincent, shave off all your hair and become
bald. I'm looking for master brake cylinder to a 1961 Buick LeSabre. The car drove to Victoria, Canada. We missed the boat and saw the draft. I was age 5 in June of 1971. Ted J. 2019. Well, thank you, Ted. You know, I would shave all of my hair bald, but actually Mr. Lobo is already bald. This is a wig, so, you know, thank you for reminding me of my affliction. Cinema Insomnia will be right back. Does it look okay? How's that?
Those talented graduates are back in Police Academy. I want to welcome all of you to
Citizens on Patrol.
Citizens on Patrol.
The Police Academy has offered to train you citizens.
You just don't think I'm fast enough anymore, do you?
To better protect yourselves.
Do we get to pack heat?
Attention all cars, attention all cars.
Mahoney.
Gee, I love saying that.
Jones. Hightower. Sweet Chuck. Zed. And Tackleberry.
Good idea.
From now on, by land.
You have the right to remain silent. Who's gonna save me?
By sea, or by air. There's no escaping justice.
Gentlemen, may I see your license and registration, please? I can blast them out of the sky, sir. Not yet. I should give them a warning shot first.
Police Academy 4, Citizens on Patrol.
Now be careful, because a 44 Magnum has quite a kick.
See it in your neighborhood while you still have one.
Watch Sleazy Pictures on OSI 74.
Old Sleazy is here to keep you off Suicide Watch by making this another tolerable Friday night. Yes, we've got it all here tonight. Sound, colors, pictures that move. Sure, it looks bad, but they still treat their employees way better than Walmart. Don't worry, this is the Philippines. They use child stuntmen for the real dangerous stuff. 38 minutes in, and I'm sure half my audience wants to do the same thing.
So this is how you communicate with your little wang.
Not me. I communicate with my little wang with a series of rapid hand signals.
Hi, I'm Eddie Spaghetti, and I'm here to tell you that Here Lies has arrived to OSI 74. So prepare yourselves for nostalgia, a few laughs, and who knows, maybe you'll learn a thing or two.
This is a gateway to another dimension, another unknown, undiscovered world.
Yeah, we're going there. Here Lies, Fridays on OSI 74.
Lobo poked out puppets, D-O-O-R-D-O, sugary alphabets, F-O-U-R-4. Kids, taste this cereal you ever met. Talk about it. It's so good eating up the alphabet. Ow! Lobo poked out puppets, S-U-N fun, sugary alphabets, R-U-N run. Taste this cereal you ever met. Talk to me. It's so good eating up the alphabet.
who keeps moving Mr. Lobo's chair. Okay, it's not my chair. I get it. But it's just weird. Maybe we should do a little investigating during the break. Oh, going into a movie? We're going into the movie now. All right. And now, reel 5 of Terror Screams Like a Man in a House and Pancakes in psychodrama.
Coffee this morning. Here we go. Drink this, huh? Slept badly? Dream again, huh?
I wasn't dreaming. I found the door to the attic.
I told you, all these old houses have attics.
I recognized it the instant I saw it. It was just like in my dream.
Was it?
I don't remember.
But you must remember. Don't you see, once you understand what it all means, you'll never have the dreams again.
Is that why you brought me to this house, Philip?
Darling, I brought you here for rest and to get over the dreams.
But why to this house? How did you know where it was? I didn't even know. How did you find it?
It's only the same house in your imagination.
You're lying! Why are you doing this to me? Why?
Finish your breakfast. I'll be downstairs.
W. Sheila Wayne.
Mr. Lobo's completely lost in his house. I have no idea where anything is. I don't know what the kitchen is.
I don't think we can make an Insomniac snack bar segment for this episode.
So why don't you guys make yourselves a nice foamy glass of horse and milk in your own kitchen for tonight's intermission.
The slim one, the trim one, the full of vim one.
Who is she? She's that horse and milking gal.
At a happening swingers party or an all-night subterranean rave, this gal drinks delicious, nutritious horse and milkin' dairy beverage in 2 exciting flavors to help stay slim and trim.
Wait a minute. Did that horse and milking gal say 2 exciting flavors?
Uh-huh. There's regular and new chocolate-colored horse and milkin' in the brown can. Both have all the vitamins and minerals of an 8-ounce glass of tepid dishwater.
Remember, cows are stupid animals that make stupid milk. This is a more smarter drink made from smarter animals that wear shoes.
And it's Swedish, which means it's cheaper, and you have to put it together yourself.
That's right. Just add 2 tablespoons to a glass of ordinary tap water. Stir. Scrape it off the sides. Look at the spoon. See if any stuck to the sides. Stir. Stir. Look at the glass from underneath. Stir. Stir some more. And serve. Party gals, like our horse and milking gal, love it because this tasty drink gives you all of the dizziness and vomiting with none of the hangover of alcoholic beverages.
Throw yourself a smarter party like the horse and milkin' gal. Why don't you make yourself a slim, trim, full of vim glass of horse and milkin'?
And chocolate-colored horse and milk
during tonight's intermission.
Hurry, hurry, step right this way, folks, for the most extravagant array of refreshment goodies ever assembled under one roof. Enjoy breathtaking, taste-tempting candies of finest quality. Enjoy popcorn, exploded into tender, delicious, crispy bites of crunchy goodness. Enjoy the tops in cool, refreshing soft drinks. If you want to enjoy some refreshments, this is your opportunity. There will now be a short intermission.
I'm Vincent Price, and you're invited to my party in the house on Haunted Hill, where so far the ghosts have murdered only 7 people. So won't you come and make it 8? You'll see human heads without bodies. Mysterious pools of blood dripping from the ceiling. The walls move slowly in against you. Don't try to escape, you can't.
No.
Are you ready, dear?
Yes, damn you.
The ghosts are waiting, so won't you join me in the house on Haunted Hill? Hurry, or you'll be late for your own funeral.
And now meet the star of our show. Symbol of a treat that quality made famous. America's most famous ice cream treat, Eskimo pie. Creamy, delicious ice cream made even more exciting with smooth, rich chocolate coating. And wearing the label of quality, known the world over. Eskimo pie, the treat you know is tops because it carries its pledge of quality right on the back of the bag. Be sure you save the bags for valuable premiums. Get famous Eskimo pie at our refreshment stand now. It's America's anytime taste treat. Finest ice cream, finest chocolate. It's delicious.
Monsters do have their place. In the zoo, in your nightmares, in the deep, in your favorite horror movies. But not in your living room, on your TV. Don't let pay TV be the monster in your living room. Pay TV and cable TV companies are seeking the right to charge you for the very programs you now get free. If you want to stop pay TV and save free television, sign the petition in the lobby of this theater. Let your lawmakers know how you feel in the fight against pay TV and cable TV.
You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema. Insomnia. We hope you enjoyed tonight's intermission. Mr. Lobo is doing a special Cinema Insomnia episode live from the Creature Features house in Bodega Bay. I wouldn't use the word squatting, okay? That's a little extreme. We're visiting. Just no one else in the house. To summarize tonight's film, we'd like to read you something from John Stanley's Creature Features movie guide. It's usually an essential book that I always have with me. But I bet they have a copy in the library over there. I'm gonna walk. Just 1 second, please. I think I see the spine of it over there. I'll be right back. Here we go. John Stanley's Creature Features movie guide. Let's see what John says about tonight's feature, Terror in the Haunted House. Boy, lots of terrors. Good Lord. Terror, terror, terror. Wow, man. Terror on the Menu, Terror at 10 Killer, Terror at the Opera, Terror Beneath the Sea, Terror Castle, Terror from Within, Terror in the Forest, Terror in the Crypt. Here we go. Terror in the Haunted House, 1958. Newlyweds Kathy O'Donnell and Gerald Moore reside in a lonely mansion. You've seen Screaming Skull. And now back to the rest of tonight's feature that we lovingly like to call tonight's feature.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Snell. I own this house, and I'd appreciate an explanation of what you're doing here.
My husband rented it.
Then in that case, I'd like to speak with your husband, if I may.
He should be back any moment. He's gone for a walk. Is something wrong, Mr. Snell?
You said your husband rented the house,
Mrs. Justin. Yes, that's right. He rented it.
From whom?
I'm not sure. From a realtor, I suppose.
This house is not in the hands of a realtor, and no one has approached me to rent it. And I wouldn't be interested in any case. I believe my caretaker informed you of that last night.
Well, yes, he did. I'm sure my husband can explain satisfactorily when he comes back.
Mrs. Justin, I don't want to appear to be unpleasant, but I'm not interested in explanations. You and your husband will have to leave this house immediately.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry.
You see, Mrs. Justin, the house has been closed up for a good many years. It's not even fit to live in. It's not safe. As a matter of fact, the electricity's been turned off. So if you fell through the floor or stumbled on the stairs, I'd be liable. I'm sure you understand.
Of course. As a matter of fact, we started to leave last night, but the car... Our car wouldn't start.
Well, I'm not very much of a mechanic, but what seems to be the trouble?
My husband said the distributor had been stolen.
Stolen? By whom? There's no one around here for miles except Jonah, my caretaker. And I can assure you he wouldn't do anything to delay your departure.
On the contrary, he did his best to frighten us away.
Oh? Well, all I can suggest is that you get in the car and drive with me to the nearest garage and have a mechanic sent back.
I can't go until my husband comes.
Mrs. Justin, the idea is for both of you to leave. Suppose we refuse to leave. What are you going to do about it? Philip, good Lord, I have no idea. Your wife said that her name... I ask you how you intend to make us leave. Why on earth would you want to stay in an old place like... You could run us off, huh? With an axe. I simply said that the house was dangerous. Naturally, if you want to stay here under these conditions, you're perfectly welcome. Well, I'm not being a very good host. It's been many years, Philip. We've lost touch with you. Where have you been? In Europe. Oh. Switzerland.
Philip and I were married recently in Lausanne.
I hope I'm not interrupting our honeymoon if I stay a few days. Now that I'm here, I thought I'd look the old place over and see if there's anything that could be done with it. You don't mind, do you, Philip? It's yours, isn't it?
I'm afraid most of that went over my head. Philip never mentioned that he knew you, or that you owned the house.
What did he say?
Nothing, really.
He must have given you some explanation for bringing you back here.
Back here? Then I have been here before.
I don't know.
But you said back here. That's what you meant. You know I've been here before, don't you?
Don't you? This is a place you could never forget. You do remember being here, don't you, Mrs. Tierney?
I'm not sure. Why did you call me Mrs. Tierney?
Did I? I meant Mrs. Justin, of course.
S.W. and P.T. Philip Tierney. That's his name, isn't it? Look at me, Mr. Snell. I want to know it's true, isn't it?
Yes. Philip is the last of the Tierneys.
The last of the mad Tierneys. That's what they're called, isn't it? And those initials on that old tree. S.W. Sheila Wayne. Those are my initials, aren't they? He carved them when I was just a little girl.
Don't you remember any of it?
It's all so vague. It all comes back to me in little bits and pieces. I try to fit them together and they fade away. I was ill in a sanitarium in Switzerland for a long time. My memory always seems to start in the sanitarium. Before that, it's like a thick mist. What does it all mean?
These are questions for your husband to answer, Mrs. Tierney, not me. I wish I could help you, but I can't. It would have been better if you had never left Switzerland.
never have come to this house. Something evil here. It's bad for Philip. He wasn't like this in Switzerland. What is there about this house that makes him like he is?
Possibly only Philip knows. I urge you for your own safety to leave this house at once. Take my car if you like, but get away from here. Now.
Mr. Lobo's getting deja vu all over again. I mean, I just feel like we're watching The Screaming Skull. Seriously. Yup. Oh, man. Oh, did we switch chairs again? When did that even happen? This is getting too weird. Hold on for a second. Pardon me. It keeps getting heavier and heavier. Are there rocks in that chair? Ah, here we go. The old Wilkins rocker. A piece of television history. Speaking of pieces, cinema, Insomnia. We'll be right back after, whatever this is.
I have searched for a unique way whereby a motion picture audience can actually decide the climax of a picture. I have found such a way. My latest picture, Mr. Sardonicus, offers something no audience has ever had before: the power to determine the fate of a character on the screen, the power to punish. In ancient Rome, spectators could decree life or death to a gladiator by indicating thumbs up or thumbs down. During the French Revolution, the mobs could condemn a man by merely shouting, "To the guillotine." In the early West, vigilantes took the law into their own hands. When you come to see Mr. Sardonicus, you will receive a ballad like this. At a certain point in the picture, you will vote thumbs up or thumbs down. His punishment will depend on the result of your vote.
I saw.
OSI's Saturday morning lineup of All Systems Go.
say it. You're scanning the room. You've got minty fresh breath and you're oozing charm. Then it hits you.
Larry?
Whoa! Bitter bear face!
Don't let bitter beer make a bad first impression. Drink Keystone, America's least bitter beer, so there's never a bad taste, never a bitter face.
Take this. It's always brought me luck.
Stop making faces. Drink Keystone.
And speaking of dead ideas and fair weather necrophiliacs, it's now time for our lucky Reel 7 girl. The girl chosen by you, loyal insomniacs out there, to introduce the next reel of tonight's feature and hopefully boost ratings with males 18 to 54 in the latter portion of our program. You know, the lonely ones. The really, really lonely ones. Tell us a little bit about yourself, lucky Reel 7 girl. Don't be shy. Yeah, I know. I'd be embarrassed if I was associated with this film too. Mr. Lobo just feels a migraine coming on. Would you introduce the next reel of Terror of the Four Screaming Skulls? All right, you just take the show over. I'll be right back.
Philip. Tell me the truth, Philip. Why did you bring me to this house?
For your own good.
You knew I'd been here before.
Yes, I knew.
We lived here as children. I remembered that last night after we'd been here a little while. It was all so hazy, I couldn't quite make out the face of the boy who carved our initials on the tree. I was in love with you then. That must be why I fell in love with you so quickly in Switzerland. I told Dr. Farrell we had a whirlwind romance. It wasn't really. I'd been in love with you for years and years.
I love you, Sheila.
Do you?
I love you very, very much.
And why did you bring me to this place? To this horrible, evil house?
So you would get over the nightmares. They were destroying you, Sheila. In no time, they'd have you back in the sanitarium.
Sanitarium? I was sent there because of my lungs. Wasn't I, Philip?
No, darling.
You're trying to tell me that I was sent away to Switzerland because I was insane?
Sheila, you'd had a nervous breakdown.
Nervous breakdown? I was 7 years old. A child of 7 doesn't have a nervous breakdown. I was insane, wasn't I?
Sheila, there's nothing wrong with you now except those nightmares. I brought you here to regain your health. There's only one way to cure you.
No, Philip.
You must go up in that attic.
I can't. There's something waiting for me up there. If I climb those stairs, I'll die. I know that.
Darling, it's all in your imagination. I'll be with you every step of the way. Please, you must do this.
Don't ask me to do that, Philip. I can't. I won't. Tierney. Died November 4th, 1939. Born to Matthew and Bliss Tierney, son Lawrence. Died November 4th, 1939. Born a daughter, Lydia. Died January 18th, 1920. Born a son, Samuel. Died November 4th, 1939. Born to Samuel and Anne Tierney, son Philip. Philip. The last of the mad Tierneys. Oh, Jonah. I was just looking at the family Bible. It belonged to my husband's grandfather, didn't it? Did you know him?
I knowed him. I knowed them all.
Matthew Tierney had 2 sons and a daughter.
They's all dead now.
I can see that. Jonah, it says that Matthew and his sons, Lawrence and Samuel, all died on the same day.
November 4th, 1939, at midnight.
What happened, Jonah? Was there an accident, all of them dying at once?
Strain died out, all except him.
Philip. But what caused it?
He seen death coming for him. Well, he was 84, and it was his time.
Matthew died of old age, but Lawrence and Philip's father, they were both young men.
He seen what he had to do. The curse of the Tierneys was on him, and he could see it. He brought him into this world, and he took him out again before he died.
You mean the old man? His 2 sons?
He watched for it all the time they was growing up. He looked for it to show up, and it did, like in all the Tierneys. They was tainted. He knowed he had to wipe it out before he was taken. There was only one way. Blood. There was blood all over everything. The place run with the blood of the mad Tierneys. I took the axe out myself and buried it.
Horrible.
He done what he had to do. Then he laid down and died himself. But he missed one.
Philip.
Yeah. He was away up north. That's what saved him. And he's the last. He's come back because he knows he's got it too. He's marked like all the others.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Go away, miss. Go away before it's too late. Ain't nothing you can do for him. I seen it in him just the same as in all the others. Yeah. Watch out! Watch out!
I'd like to report a dead body.
Yes, sir. Hanging upside down from a tree, is she?
I feel that we can put an end once and for all to the suspicious rumors and the mumbo-jumbo
that exists concerning this old house.
Stay away from the house of death.
There were 18 people murdered. 2 were struck by lightning. 1 hanged. 4 people skewered in a bed.
And 6 in the freezer?
Join our team at the House of Death. You'll meet with a few surprises.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on here.
Well spotted, Lucas.
We dare you to spend a night at the House of Death.
Dinner's almost ready. I'll see you downstairs.
You won't be alone.
Someone or something doesn't want us in this house.
Kenny Everett.
He's my interpreter.
Pamela Stevenson. And Vincent Price.
I don't believe it. 700 years undead, and now this.
Oh my God! This is the House of Death!
Bloodbath at the House of Death. It took a lot of guts to make this movie.
One blew up, 1 was hanged, 2 were axed, and 6 were frozen to death.
Howdy, I'm Spaceboy of SpaceboyUniverse.com. And when I'm traveling the galaxy near Earth, there's only one channel I like to tune into, and that's OSI 74. All systems go.
Garbage day! Huh? No!
Love is kind, love is thoughtful, and love is even forgiving when others hurt us.
I get it. Like God forgives us when we hurt him.
This is J.C. Webster III, God's 10-star general in the war against media pornography. Why are you watching this film on OSI 74?
You tonight.
I think you'll like this house. Isn't this supposed to be haunted? Haunted? What an absurd idea. So, I mean, what would a ghost be doing here? Haunted.
David?
No other diet soft drink delivers the real cola taste of 1-calorie Diet Coke. The real one. It's lifting more and more spirits every day.
Just for the taste of it.
The move is on to Diet Coke.
Diet Coke.
Miss Mittens, seriously. Okay, stop playing games. Stop moving my chair. Somebody is moving my chair. Somebody keeps moving my chair. Hair. Yes. It is not funny, okay? This place is spooky enough as it is. Just one more time. I don't know why I subject myself to this. I'm gonna put the Wilkins chair here one more time. Okay, and we're gonna pretend like nothing happened. All right. Sorry about that, Insomniacs. And now, back to reel 8 of Terror in Tiny Town and a House in psychodrama.
Are you all right, Doc?
Jonah.
I've taken care of it.
I won't put up with carelessness. You know that.
I know.
Mrs. Tierney might have been killed. Now look, you've been around here for a long time, and if you want to keep your home, you see that nothing goes wrong from now on. Do you understand? Philip.
Get away from me.
You're going to listen to me for once. I don't know what you're up to or why you ever came back here, but I can tell you this. You're only going to make matters worse for yourself. And maybe that's the way you like it. And tell me, why do you insist on pulling your wife down with you? How much more do you think she can stand? You've nearly driven her out of her mind now. Or is that what you're trying to do, Philip?
What do you think I'm trying to do?
Take her away from here at once if you've got any sense left.
Why are you so concerned about Sheila?
Because if she stays in this house another night, she'll be a raving maniac. I'll drive her to town myself.
Sheila stays here with me.
Why?
Because she has nightmares, Mark. Didn't she tell you that? She was going to a psychiatrist in Switzerland to find out what caused them. Doctor couldn't help her, but I can. I know exactly what to do. And when she's better, everything's going to be all right again. For her, for me, and for all the Tierneys, dead or alive. You'd hate that, wouldn't you, Mark? You've always hated the Tierneys.
You're insane. You're really out of your mind.
Who is it?
It's Mark. I brought you some dinner. You must eat something.
I can't. Where is he?
He went away about an hour ago as soon as it was dark. You should eat something.
He tried to kill me.
It could have been an accident. I told you how old and rotten the house was. The chandelier probably just broke away.
No, he was up there. If Jonah hadn't shouted it... Why? He said he loved me.
I'm sure he does. But at other times, he's not responsible for what he does. You see, in a way, you're a threat to him. Philip is the last of the Tierneys, unless you have a child. And in his own tortured mind, he knows that this must never happen. Let me explain. With each generation, the wild strain in the Tierneys becomes not less, but more pronounced. Do you understand?
Why did he marry me? Why doesn't he leave me?
He loves you. You're his one hold on sanity, and at the same time, the one thing that's driving him to do what his grandfather did.
I know. Jonah told me. I didn't want to believe it.
I'm afraid it's true. You see, Sheila, Philip is my cousin. Yes. My mother was Lydia Tierney. She died in childbirth in 1925. I grew up here with Philip until he went up north to school.
When the old man... Why didn't he...
You mean, why didn't Grandfather kill me too? Oh, I don't know. I suppose it's because I really wasn't like a Tierney. I was a Snell. When I was growing up, I didn't understand it at the time. Grandfather Tierney was very hard on me, almost cruel. He must have decided had escaped the curse of his line.
He knew he was mad.
I think he did. It came in spells. Well, he used to lock himself away in his room for days at a time.
What will become of Philip?
I don't know. I'm more concerned with what will become of you. You must leave here as soon as it's daylight. I'd take you away tonight, but my car's been disabled too.
Couldn't we walk?
No. It's 15 miles, and along those winding roads, we'd probably lose our way or wind up in the marshes.
But that's better than staying here.
No. He's outside somewhere, watching the house. You'll be safer here. Besides, Jonah and I are going to take turns standing watch outside your door. You may not get much sleep, but I can promise you nothing will happen to you.
Thank you.
Are you sure you don't want something to eat? Good night.
Good night.
I don't like it like that. I like it with bacon, and, well, I guess it's technically not bacon, but with the tomato and with the, what? I heard that too. What is that noise? I think there's somebody else in this house. I guess it's safe. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back.
This house is full of sounds. The loudest is your heart pounding in the night. The softest is the sound of terror.
Is it?
Oh, Charles.
No, please.
In this house, terror waits for you in every room. The house that dripped blood.
We must now break for station identification.
Работает. Улыбается. Значит, люди смогут стыковать корабли, монтировать орбитальные станции, пересаживаться с ракеты на ракету, выходить из аварийных ситуаций. Смелый и важный шаг совершен по пути к Луне. И первыми совершили его.
Utopia Fantastica vis Cosmonauts on OSI 74.
So let us remember the past, honor the present, and be amused by the future.
I predict that you will invest in a piece of film history. The original black backdrop for night scenes in the 1959 cult classic Plan 9 from Outer Space was amazingly found at quality studios during the making of a documentary. 1.5 to 2 inch squares were affixed to a certificate of authenticity signed by Plan 9 actor Conrad Brooks and Buddy Barnett of cult movies. This is a limited edition collectible, and when they're gone, they're gone. A must for every Ed Wood fan. Order yours today for only $29.99. Free shipping in the US. Can you prove it didn't happen? Order today, only $29.99. Visit us at osi74.com or call us at 1-321-252-4574.
Plan 9 from Outer Space is a cult film. Reefer Madness and Rocky Horror Picture Show are cult movies. I'm Michael Coppener, and this is Buddy Barnett.
Weeble's haunted house, Weebles wobble all about it. It's a real exciting place to be. A smiling ghost with glowing face has a secret hiding place, and that's not all, there's plenty more to see. Cause a Weeble's haunted house is a great place to be.
Weeble's haunted house, including glow-in-the-dark Weeble ghost, new from Romper Room.
You know, I was really jealous about all these letters, but you know, I'm looking. This Ted. This is from Ted. This is from Ted. This one here is from Ted. This one is also from Ted. This one's from Ted. This is from Ted. This is. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh my. Really? Oh, Ted. Oh my. Yeah. Really? More? Still you? Oh, wow. Yeah, trick or treat. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, now I'm officially creeped out. Okay. I think he might be here. Maybe that was what I was hearing. It's just Ted under the floorboards. Why don't we burn these and go back into the movie House of 1,000 Terrors That Scream in Your Ear, Ted, in psychodrama.
Yes.
Don't come any farther. His neck's broken.
I heard him scream.
Yes, he fell over the railing up there. He must have been dead before he hit the bottom. Poor Jonah.
You said the house was dangerous. What happened? The railing give way?
No, he didn't.
What was he doing prowling around in the dark?
That's his job. He's the caretaker.
Here. Put this on, huh?
You think we ought to move him?
It's your house.
I hate to leave him lying there. I suppose we'll have to call the police.
Why? It was an accident. Wasn't it?
That's not for us to say.
How are you going to get in touch with him? I understand your car broke down.
I thought you might fix it.
I can try. Who's going to drive?
Sheila.
She can't.
I was merely suggesting that she might like to drive into town with me. This has been an awful shock for her.
I'll go.
before the police will get here?
It won't be tonight. He won't go to the police. He'll just keep on going. There's nothing else he can do. It's better that it's happened this way, my dear. You'll forget in time.
What is it?
I don't know. I'll go down and see. You wait here.
Sheila.
What are you doing back here?
I took a wrong turn. I must have gotten lost. Where's Jonah?
I don't know. I heard a noise, came down to investigate. His body's gone.
That's strange.
Yes, isn't it? The dead man gets up and walks away.
Maybe he wasn't dead.
That's ridiculous. His neck was broken. You saw him.
I didn't examine him. You did. Well, don't you think we ought to go look for the body?
No. I think you should do what you started out to do. Go for the police.
I'd only get lost again. I don't know the roads around here.
Somebody's got to go.
How about you?
Well, I can't. My car's broken down.
I'll fix it.
Besides, I don't want to leave Sheila here alone.
She won't be alone, Mark. I'll be with her.
You wait here a minute. I'll be right back. Listening?
Yes.
He's hidden Jonah's body, probably in the cellar. We've got to get word to the police. He won't go, and he won't let me take you with me.
Oh, couldn't we?
No, he won't give us that much time. Have you still got his gun?
Yes.
All right, now listen carefully. There's a farmhouse about 5 miles from here. I can go there and get back in about 20 minutes. He'll expect me to be gone for hours. Now, when I leave this room, you lock the door. Use the gun if you have to.
If you'd only wait till morning.
No, this is what he wants us to do. If we stay in this house tonight, he'll finish his horrible job. Our only chance is to act faster than he does. Do you think you can do it?
I'll try.
Good. You guard the fire escape with a gun, and I think you can hold him off until I get back. Good luck.
This is Mr. Lobo. I'm still secretly in the Creature Features mansion, but you're watching Cinema Insomnia. We'll be back after these subliminal messages.
Can I get a little striptease?
This camera on us, no. This is good stuff.
You know know any tricks to make this stuff happen?
Whatever's happening is already here.
I think we're gonna have a very interesting time capturing whatever is occurring or is not occurring. The windows are locked, doors are locked, alarm is on.
Mercury is on OSI 74.
There's my move. Bet you didn't expect that.
Hey gang, Chaz from OSI 74, and let me tell you, this new shirt will fit you to a T. It's a shirt, it's a tunic, it's like a super absorbent bar rag. The OSI 74 shirt holds practically 1,000,000 times its own weight in soup. It even makes the soup look good. Made in Nicaragua. Nothing bad ever came from Nicaragua. Wine, coffee, cola, hobo piss, weasel blood, junkie hoe vomit. Where'd the carpet go? Too fast for you, camera guy? What did I teach you? OSI 74 tees will fit you to a T.
OSI tees are for me.
I'm from Nicaragua. Making these shirts helps me put food on my family's table. One day, I hope to have enough monies to buy one.
Visit our shop at osi74.com or call the number on your screen. Made in Nicaragua. Beware of imitators. This is a limited time offer. Go to osi74.com. Our producers need a lot of help.
If you like what they do and what they do works for you, why not consider putting a little something in their thank jar?
Oh, you can buy crack from me.
Our producers receive 100% of the tips in their thank jar.
Reach for the sky. Support OSI.
Mr. Lobo and Miss Dixie are founders of Outer Space International and OSI 74, which you can support monthly on Patreon. They also produce Cinema Insomnia and many more shows. To send one-time funds online now with no further obligation, go to paypal.me/Mr. Lobo. That's paypal.me/Mr. Lobo.
Oh, here comes that singing bear again to steal my post-sugar crisp cereal. I'll change my house into a haunted house and scare him away forever.
Granny! Ah, haunted house. Here you are, Lancelot. Hey, Spook, come back with that post-sugar crisp cereal.
Sugar bear, the sugar crisp is in the grandfather's claw.
Thanks, Spook. Whoever you are. Easy, bat boy. I got very little flying experience. Ah, safe landing. Granny, fancy meeting you here. I'll take that. Sugar crisp. Honey of a snack. Honey-flavored wheat that's sugary sweet. Oh, I can't get enough of that sugar crisp. Sugar
You've got
crisp.
a nice singing voice, Sugar. You can get sugar crisp in post 10s, too.
Post cereals make breakfast a little bit better.
Well, yes, I am opening another letter, Miss Mittens, okay? I mean, those other two were kind of weird. I just thought there's so many letters here. You know, we should just open another one at random and... well, yeah, I kind of ripped that one. Well, we'll hide it, okay? They will never know. They'll never know. All right, here we go. Here's another one. Hey, dudes at Cinema Insomnia. The UFO in Oaksville has surfaced again for another summer. as the Oaksville alien meets with the people probing their minds, most often brainwashing people to watch cinema insomnia. As still those bad movies out now, they're not bad movies, just misunderstood. Wait a second, is this Ted again? All right, Ted, seriously, you need to get a hobby. Why don't we just jump back into tonight's feature, House of a Million Jillion Upsetting Letters from Ted in Psychorama.
Unlock the door. I have to talk to you. I only want to help you, darling. Everything will be all right. I love you, Sheila. I'm going to take you away. You've got to trust me. Things come to an end. Pull the trigger, Sheila, and it'll be the end of the Tierney's.
Don't make me do it, Philip. I don't want to.
Pull the trigger, Sheila. You go downstairs and write the final entry in the family Bible. Philip Tierney died here and now, the last of the mad Tierneys.
I can't. Do whatever you want to, Philip. I don't care. I'm your enemy. If that's what your mind tells you, then go ahead and do it.
You could have killed me. Why didn't you?
I don't know. Yes, I do know. Because I love you. So many years ago, long before you carved our initials on that tree, I can't remember any further back. I loved you. When we met in Switzerland, I didn't know it, but it was the same love. That's why I married you, Philip. That's why I could never hurt you.
I don't want to hurt you either.
But you feel you must. Is that it, Philip? Let me help you. Don't look away. I want to help you. Everything's going to be all right now. Let me help you. Tell me how.
Will you do anything I ask? Anything?
Anything. What do you want me to do?
Come with me right now.
All right.
Here. Take this. Please, I want you to have it. You must.
I can't.
You must. Throw it away. Now listen to me. There's nothing up there to be afraid of. It's just an attic, full of dust and cobwebs. When you were a little girl, it was your favorite place to play in rainy days. You remember. This trunk full of old clothes. You used to dress up in them. Remember, darling?
No.
It'll all come back to you. Believe me, it will. It'll all come back to you. everything.
Don't open the door! I can't even look. If you want to kill me here, but don't torture me.
Sheila!
And I saw it. That's why you brought me back here, wasn't it, Philip?
Yes, dear.
I tried to run away, but I couldn't. It was buried inside my mind. I didn't remember. I couldn't remember. I would have been insane. I was insane in that sanitarium, wasn't I?
No. You saw the kind of horror no child should see. Your mind locked it away, so you'd never see it again.
You knew it was there, and you had to dig it out.
I searched for years. I found you in Lausanne. But the secret was hidden in your subconscious. Only you and the person who used the axe knew what really happened up here. I had to dig it out.
You caused the dreams to start. You took me to Dr. Farrell. And then when nothing else worked, you brought me here. You want to know what happened that night, Philip? I remember now.
You know, Miss Mittens, we don't get letters like this, okay? Maybe we just don't give out the address enough. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. If you'd like to write, Mr. Lobo, we'd love to hear from you. Send your cards, letters, postcards, and cleverly disguised cash. But cleverly disguised is the factor there. Don't be a fool. Send all of those things to Mr. Lobo, care of OSI 74, Box 74, Ackland, Pennsylvania, 19310. Cinema. Greetings, this is Mr. Lobo from Cinema, Insomnia. Join me next week with Vincent Tangella and, of course, the handsome and mysterious Livingston for another shocking episode of Creature Features.
Are you sure you're up for this?
Absolutely. Should I be worried? See you then.
Howdy, folks. Ormond Grimsby here of the hit show Monster Creature Feature.
Dinosaurs have the capability of mental telepathy. All living creatures talk with telepathy. Your cats, your dogs, all of them.
So what brings you out to the art exhibit today?
One of the coolest things that I learned was that the Tillamook Lighthouse killed a lot of people and that they later turned it into a crematorium.
The world's first MMA fight between two quadriplegics, and we are going out with a bang as a fundraiser to help me achieve my dream of climbing Mount Adams.
And what planet do you come from?
Zorax, actually.
Pacific North, weird!
Screaming Skull is a motion picture that reaches its climax in shocking horror. Its impact is so terrifying that it may have an unforeseen effect. It may kill you. Therefore, its producers feel they must assure free burial services to anyone who dies of fright while seeing The Screaming Skull. Be sure to bring someone with you who can identify you when you see The Screaming Skull. Only this lost soul, half man, half ghost, knows the secret of the living dead's curse, the torturous agony that saturates these walls and makes the shutters creak with almost human pain, terrorizing those who dare to love with the maddening, jealous shriek of The Screaming Skull. What diabolic demon dares touch the Screaming Skull? What ghoulish thoughts control this poor man's demented mind? What does he know? What secret, horrifying and blood-curdling, is he hiding? Nothing is more terrifying than the spine-chilling breath of a vampire woman, ghostly, ghastly, as unreal as a will-o'-the-wisp, as real as the Screaming Skull.
Lobo just had to get away from there. Over in the parlor, I was feeling weird stuff. I was seeing weird stuff. Yeah, it was like a little person breathing down my neck. It was terrifying. I just had to get away. Feels a little better over here, a little safer. You know, maybe a little music might soothe the soul. I used to be pretty good at playing the Jaws theme when I was 8. Still got it. And now let's jump right back into the last and final reel, the merciful conclusion of tonight's feature, the houses that screamed again on the hill that terrified everyone in 3D in Pajama-rama.
We lived in a little house by a stream. My father and I.
He was the caretaker. You were one of the family.
I remember. They used to let me play up here on rainy days. It rained that day. I forgot my doll, and I woke up late at night and crept back in the house to get it. I came up here. And then I heard someone coming up the stairs. I hid under this bed. And then I saw them. Your father and your Uncle Lawrence. And then he killed them
Who did? Who was it?
with the axe. The blood spurted clear across the room. It was all over me. It was all over me.
Was it my grandfather? You must have seen who did it. Was it my grandfather?
No. It was Jonah.
That's the only way it could have happened.
Why?
They didn't tell me much about it. Jonah married my Aunt Lydia.
Lydia, she was Mark's mother.
Yes. Jonah was Mark's father. They tell me Lydia was a headstrong girl. Rebellious. My grandfather never had much time for anyone but his sons. Lydia, in order to get attention, threw herself at the caretaker. A stable hand named Jonah Snell. When my grandfather found out what happened, he made them get married to give the child a name. Lydia died giving birth to Mark. My grandfather brought them into the house. He raised Mark. But beyond that, he wouldn't have anything to do with him. Jonah must have brooded and plotted for years. He knew he couldn't have the family name and fortune for himself. But he thought he could get them for his son.
He must have been insane.
He wasn't then, he was later. He also knew that when my grandfather died, the estate would pass to Lawrence and then to Samuel, my father. After that, to the next oldest relative. Mark is 3 years older than I am. The night my grandfather died, Jonah saw his chance. I don't know how he lured them up here or why he chose this attic. But he slaughtered them. And he put the axe in a dead man's hand. And so Mark inherited everything. The plantation, the money, the estate. That's when I stopped using the name of Tierney. I swore that I'd never use that name again. Until people could stop whispering it behind closed doors.
Mark?
What'd you do with the gun?
I don't know. I lost it.
Get over there.
Were you successful, Philip? Yes, I'm sure that it did. Now the question is, what are we going to do about it?
The truth has to come out, Mark. Grandfather's name has been stained for 17 years. You're going to clean it up.
They're both dead. What difference does it make?
None to you. You're a Snell.
Yes, you never let us forget it, did you? We were poor white trash, and we dared link our name with the Tierneys, the pure aristocratic Tierneys. If you look under the surface, you'll find that they're as common as the rest of us. Have you forgotten Lydia? She liked to play in the stables with a hired help.
She was your mother, Mark. Now, look. I'm willing to believe you were too young to know what Jonah was going to do. If you renounce all claims to the estate and go away, we'll call it even.
Very generous of you. Always the fine Tierney gesture. I hate your nobility.
It isn't that, Mark. It's just that I'm tired of hatred and revenge. I want only what's mine. But if you refuse, I'll fight you in every court in the land, and I'll win.
Yes, I knew what he was going to do when he went there that night, but I didn't try to stop it. I wanted it just like he did. Well, he got it for me, and I'm going to keep it. If you want to fight, well, let's have it now.
we going?
Anywhere. It's gonna take a little time to clean things up here. We can go to Lausanne if you wanted to.
Mm-mm. They sent me there, didn't they?
Yes. Even that madman Jonah couldn't bring himself to murder a child. He knew that your mind had blocked out what it'd seen. So he set up a trust fund for you, set you away, forgot about you.
Philip, why did Mark throw Jonah over the railing?
Well, the old man must have brooded a long time over what he'd done. He wanted to stop any more killings, I'm sure. He even warned you about the chandelier. Mark was afraid he was going to confess, so he killed him. Come on, honey.
We left the old house, silent and foreboding, a place of horror and death. It was truly haunted. No one would ever live there again. It was a house of madness.
Whoa. That's going to take quite a bit to get that one out of Mr. Lobo's head. Thank you for watching Cinema Insomnia. Oh my goodness! Oh! Mother! Help! No! Ah! Oh! Oh! Mommy! No! Please! Not the face! Oh! Oh, not there! Oh! Ow! Yikes! Oh! Oh! No!